Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, September 3rd. This is the Safety Committee of Cleveland City Council. I am Matt Zone, Chairman of the Safety Committee, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I want to thank my colleagues and those presenters for joining us. And at this time, I'd ask our clerk if she would please call the roll.
Zone.
Present.
Valencic. Bishop. Bashir Jones. Joe Jones. Casey. Santana. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great. And just for the record, in addition to the Safety Committee members, we're joined by Council President Kevin Kelly, Councilman Tony Brancatelli, Majority Leader Phyllis Cleveland, and I don't see anyone else from the council. So thank you for our colleagues for joining us this morning. Our Safety Committee hearing is being held during the COVID-19 emergency declaration in accordance with Ohio's open meeting laws as amended by Sub-Bill HB 197. This meeting is being held using the Zoom platform and is being live streamed on YouTube and on Cleveland's Channel 20. It also can be seen on Cleveland City Council's website and from Council's Facebook page. In accordance with Ohio's open meeting regulations as amended by HB 197, notice of this committee hearing was publicly posted. This committee hearing will be conducted as all committee hearings in accordance with Council's rules and Robert's Rules of Order. The chair will facilitate the meeting and call on persons to speak. If you wish to speak, please use the raise your hand option on Zoom. We're all getting very familiar with that. And please limit your comments only to matters that are before the committee at that moment where you are asking questions. As is usual practice in any actions to be voted on during the committee, this will be done by a voice vote called and recorded by the committee clerk. To my colleagues, we are going to have two conversations and presentations from the administration. And then after that, we have 7 pieces of legislation. So for the Safety Committee members, I want to make sure we maintain a quorum to the end of this committee hearing. So please don't exit the meeting early. We need to maintain a quorum at all times. The first presentation, we're going to get a briefing on the hiring practices of public safety employees by the City of Cleveland's Department of Public Safety. We're going to hear remarks from Director Carrie Howard and the Secretary of the Civil Service Commission, Michael Sprang, who will brief our colleagues on the process and protocols that the city uses in hiring employees in various divisions. I just want to kind of set context for this. I have received a number of inquiries from my colleagues over the past several months about where we're at in kind of real time and what efforts are we doing to make sure that the public safety employees we hire reflect and look like the city of Cleveland. And so I know we're working hard to strive towards that. So at this point, I want to call on Safety Director, and I'd ask those who are presenting to turn your video feed on. So I'd ask Director Carrie Howard and our Secretary of our Civil Service Commission, Michael Sprang. Again, both of you, I'd like you to have your cameras on. And then we have a number of individuals from public safety forces. I know we have Chief Williams representing police, Chief Angelo Cavillo representing fire, and Commissioner Nicole Carlton representing EMS as well. So with that, Director Howard.
Thank you, Chair. To Council through the Chair, the City of Cleveland is engaged in recruitment, training, and hiring of personnel for all of its safety divisions, police, fire, and EMS. We have had a robust program pre-COVID. We've made some adjustments to that since COVID, and we have been constantly reviewing our data and are looking to institute changes to our recruitment and hiring program to meet the needs of the citizens of Cleveland. Our most important thing is to make sure that the city hires competent and professional members to public safety. What we cannot control is we cannot control who applies. But once those folks do apply and they do test and they make it to our list, we examine that list diligently to select the best candidates for the services that the city provides. With that, Civil Service Commissioner Mike Spring can go into more detail about what we've been doing and where we're going.
Thank you, Director. Secretary Spring, it would be good if you could kind of just give an overview on the process and how civil service convenes classes and does outreach towards that. And then what efforts are we doing, again, to ensure that our employees reflect and look like the city of Cleveland? Secretary Spring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Civil service works very closely with, my apologies, I was currently still muted. Civil service works very closely with the safety.
Secretary Spring, hold on a second. If you're sitting close to somebody, and that might be why we're getting feedback. So if everyone could just stay muted with the exception of Secretary Spring. Please, Secretary Spring, go forward. Secretary Spring, unmute yourself.
Public safety. Yeah, I think the problem is it's coming on the speaker.
Hold on a second, please. I just received a text message that the volume is not going out over TV 20. So to TV 20, if you could rectify that, I would appreciate that.
Councilman, if
Yes,
he's in
ma'am.
the room, if he's in the room with the chief, then he can turn his mic off. He needs to turn all of his audio off and just speak. The chief's video will pick him up.
Okay. Just give us a couple seconds for some adjustments here.
Mr. Chair, are you able to hear me?
Much better, thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, sir.
Ready right now.
Okay, thank you. Civil service works and coordinates closely with public safety and the recruitment team every time we plan a testing cycle. The recruitment team has done, I think, an exemplary job compared to what we see nationally in terms of the variety and volume of applicants that we get. I hear nationally from many cities, they're struggling to get applicants. That is not our problem. The challenge is always the mix of candidates, and I think we've done well coordinating that, giving a lot of time before we actually start applications for them to do their recruitment work, having an extended application period and an extended testing period so that people have an opportunity to apply that are interested. And during that application period, the recruitment effort continues. I know that they do presentations, group presentations, opportunities for people to come in, ask questions about the process, as well as submit and complete their application. So we try and provide, as a team, full support for recruitment and applicants getting into the process. Once the applicants apply, we of course review their applications, make sure that they've submitted the required materials, and then once they have done so, we move them on to testing. We currently use the National Testing Network to administer those tests. It is a video-based test system that provides a good assessment of candidates. Candidates are able to test downtown at Tri-C Metro as well as the Tri-C West campus. And during that process, again, we continue to encourage and support candidates to complete the testing process. Once they've tested, of course, we score and create an eligible list of candidates, which is ranked by their test score plus any veterans or residency credit points to which they're entitled. And then those points are part of the rank and scoring at the time that the list is established. Then depending on the division, the process varies a little bit. Police tends to go through more candidates because their background process is a little more rigorous than fire, just because the statutory requirements for the division of police are different. The candidates, after they're certified to the divisions, whether it's police or fire, go through a physical agility test and then move on to a background check. And ultimately, once the background checks are completed, the safety director and the division chief go through the selection process. And those candidates who are selected for appointment to an academy then go through a psychological and medical evaluation. And assuming they pass both of those, they then are seated and the academy starts. Civil service does not have any role in the selection of candidates for the academies. That's done by the divisions through the safety director as the appointing authority. But of course, we do everything to help facilitate that process. That's generally the overview, Mr. Chair, of the application and testing process.
Okay, well, stick by because we're gonna open up in a little bit to our colleagues to have some questions, but I do want to get, I want to hear some words from each of the three department heads, Chief Williams, Chief Cavillo, and Commissioner Carlton. So Chief Williams, I know you're sitting next to Mike, Secretary Sprague, so you have the mic, you're close to him. Chief, talk a little bit about recruitment, the type of officers you're looking to hire, and just share your perspective on hiring efforts, and then we'll go to Commissioner Carlton and then Chief Cavillo.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. As Michael stated, we're always looking for a diverse candidate pool. You know, since the end of 2016, when the mayor really kind of gave us carte blanche to hire as many police officers as possible, and we set up our public safety recruitment efforts, we've hired a ton of folks, and I think we've hired a diverse pool of candidates since that time. We get a lot of pushback on the actual numbers right now, and we can go into that later. But you know, it takes time to kind of move the needle on diversity. If our efforts were things that we could have done 10, 15 years ago, then you'd see a lot more of that movement than you have in the last 2.5, 3, 4 years. But we're working on it. We're working on it day in and day out. Our recruitment folks are always out at different venues. Definitely before the pandemic, they were out at different demographics within our candidate pool, be it male, female, be it minority candidates, be it different ethnicities. And we try to make sure that we hit all those demographics. It's not just a black, white thing. It's black, white, it's Arabic, it's Asian American, you name it. We seek to have a diverse pool of candidates to choose from, and a diverse pool of candidates that want to be police officers here in the city of Cleveland. And I think the recruitment team has done a great job of finding those candidates. As Mike said, one of the biggest hurdles is to actually get those folks that we talk to actually sign up and get involved in the process itself and to stay in that process. And Unfortunately, Sergeant Leon is no longer with us in the division, I would say. She's still here, but not here physically employed by the city. The folks from public safety will tell you the lengths that they go through to retain those folks that say they want to be a police officer through the entire testing and onboarding process, the contact that they have with those folks, the coaching, the mentoring, a lot of the physical challenges that some of our folks have in passing the agility test. Our recruitment folks took it upon themselves to set up physical conditioning camps outside of normally what we do to make sure those folks got in shape, stayed in shape, so that when that time came, they can actually pass the physical agility, because that wipes out a lot of good qualified candidates because they just don't internalize what's necessary to pass the physical agility. So we've had a lot of success in not losing as many folks over the last couple of years because of those efforts of recruitment. Again, we try to make sure that we have a diverse pool of candidates from which the director can choose from. We try to make sure that we vet those candidates to the utmost of our abilities. Right now, Civil Service is in the process of putting out an RFP for our psychological process. Everybody has weighed in, from Human Resources, from the administration, the Safety Director's Office, definitely all the divisions within public safety on what that RFP should contain, what we're looking for in a vendor in order to screen candidates to make sure we get the best product out there for the city. So I think we've done a great job in spite of the pandemic, and they'll talk to you more about some of the things they've been doing with restrictions of the pandemic, but we've maintained contact. We try to virtually, like we're doing now, get to a lot of places that hold the kind of candidates that we want here in the city for police, fire, and EMS, and try to maintain those contact lists and keep those people interested in the process as we go forward. Like Director Spring said, we haven't had a challenge in actually getting our numbers for our cadet classes. Actually, we've pushed those numbers over and above what was budgeted, and the administration was receptive to say if we're budgeted for a class of 50, the administration has been receptive into pushing that number up to 75 if we had 75 actually qualified candidates in that candidate pool. So we try not to leave a single qualified candidate on the table. We try to get everybody available, get them in those cadet classes, get them that training, that knowledge, education they need to become police officers to serve the city, and get them out on the streets of the city of Cleveland. I welcome your questions, and I'll stop right there.
Thank you, Chief. And yeah, we're going to have plenty of time for questions from our colleagues. Commissioner Carlton, talk a little bit about what you're doing respectively within EMS.
Hi, good morning to the chairman and council. Obviously, the Division of EMS has somebody assigned to the recruitment team. Sergeant Anderson is out there. The recruitment efforts, start with the colleges where there's the EMT programs, the paramedic programs. Because we can hire younger individuals, we actually have the recruitment team doing efforts at the high school level to bring candidates on, at the EMT level. The recruitment team has been working hard. Obviously, since we increased the number of ambulances that we staff, we've been busy hiring. We do roughly 2 classes of EMTs and paramedics a year. Obviously, the diverse candidate pool, we want it to reflect the community that we serve. Providing pre-hospital care is of utmost importance to all the residents and the community and visitors and other guests that come into the city. The team has been working hard to fill the vacancies that we have through attrition. And, I think what we have reflective of it is important. As everybody knows, we did an EMT program and we changed how we hired, and we started training people who did not have certifications. And that first class started December of last year. And right in the middle of their training is when COVID happened. So those candidates who actually completed the training, we give a lot of credit to, because changing how we operate and the high demands and the difference of how the EMTs and paramedics and going into people's homes who we knew had COVID, and taking care of them day in and day out is challenging. As you've probably seen, the paramedics, they're all wearing the N95s and wearing the masks when they're taking care of the patients. When we go into the hot spots of areas that we know have a high number of individuals, they're actually wearing the shields and the gowns on them to take care of individuals, because that's what we do. You know, we take care of people who are sick, and those who want to come into this profession. It's an honor and privilege to serve the community. And especially this first class of individuals, it was a challenge for them. How we trained them, keeping them separated with, it was a smaller group, which we were able to accomplish, but making sure they stayed safe during their training was of utmost importance to us. Recruiting heavily, obviously, with the EMT classes. We have some of the students from the Metro campus of Tri-C actually ride and do their clinical time on the ambulances, so they can actually see the community that we serve, and then hopefully have them as prospective hires in the future. And I will welcome any questions as well.
Thank you. Chief Cavillo, talk a little bit about what efforts that fire is working on, and then I'm going to have some concluding remarks and then open it up to questions from the members. Chief Cavillo.
Good morning, Council Chair and members of Council. Yes, so we are also involved with the recruitment team, and we also put together, with the approval of Safety Director Howard, a community engagement diversity team to complement the recruitment team in regards to getting diversity for the city. As the first Hispanic fire chief Latino in the city of Cleveland over 153 years, I am sensitive to the issues in regards to diversity with everybody, all inclusive, Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Arabic, male, female. So like Chief Williams said, we've been really pushing strong the last 4 to 5 years on this. And if it would have been 10 to 15 years ago, I believe you'd see higher numbers as far as diversity. But we're working on it. And I believe together as a team with our safety division, council, and everyone involved, that we'll start seeing those numbers increase. In regards to the fire academy right now, we're looking to put a class on somewhere approximately of 80 cadets sometime in that first quarter of 2021. We're working weekly with the Public Safety Committee in regards to meeting and talking about what we need to do. I know Michael brought up that we are using the best practices now throughout the nation as far as the testing with NTN. And as far as the physical agility, we move towards the national standard as firefighter mile, that right now we're going to actually have within our fire training academy in the city of Cleveland, so that we can provide proctors to provide practice sessions for these candidates, so that we make sure that we don't lose the opportunity as far as practice sessions, so the physical agility can be accomplished for all those members that are looking to get on the Cleveland Division of Fire. So that's what we're doing. And once again, it's a group effort. And I really stress that everybody involved, from council to the safety forces to everybody in this city, to make this work together as a group, as a team. So thank you for that. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm going to direct kind of this comment to Safety Director Howard. And if anyone else from the leadership of the respective 3 division wants to weigh in. You recently announced that, or the chief said that Sergeant Leone is no longer with the city. I know she was kind of captaining or leading an effort that was a joint recruitment team made up of fire, EMS, and police officers who were going out into the community. What is going to happen during the pendency, why that position is not filled, and what steps are you doing to make sure we have good outreach?
So Sergeant Leone left recruitment in a very strong position. Her team were already very engaged with her efforts of recruitment. They're going to continue doing that. They've been doing virtual recruitment sections, career fairs, reaching out to using social media to reach out to members of the community. We will be working diligently to find a suitable replacement for her. I mean, as you know, Sergeant Leon is going to be difficult to replace. Her energy and her passion for public safety was, you know, something to be admired. But we have Officer Collier, who is continuing on with the work that Sergeant Leon has already put into place. And the train hasn't slowed down at all. I think that it is important to note as we discuss staffing public safety with folks who represent the community, that we cannot make hiring decisions based on race, religion, ethnicity, gender. We cannot go out and hire all of one race. That is not a Cleveland policy. That's constitutional. That's law. There's sufficient case law that says that you cannot hire based on race. Now, that being said, we look at the list that is developed from the civil service process, and we look at people for all of their backgrounds. The whole person is something that we look at, and we're looking at education, experience, work history, and criminal background checks, those things. We throw out a broad net. We catch a lot, and then we have to go through that.
Director, let me ask you, you said we cannot hire based solely on race. Speak to that issue, because I think that is, I mean, that's the heart of what we're attempting to do, try to make our employees, our safety forces look and reflect like the city of Cleveland. What's the challenge or impediment there?
Oh, and I don't have the case law at my hand, and I can get that for council probably as I sit here. But the United States Supreme Court has said that you cannot hire based on race. You cannot tailor an exam based on race. A case that comes to mind, and I can find it, is that there was in a jurisdiction where they adjusted the testing process to suit minorities, and the court has said that that's not permissible. It has the playing field has to be the same for all members who apply. If we were to make hiring decisions based on race, we would invite a lawsuit that we cannot win, which would ultimately cause more harm and criticism and lack of trust in the process. But that's not local law. That's not state law. That's the United States Supreme Court says that hiring decisions cannot be made on race. And that case discusses, you know, criteria that can be used, and it's that background of the whole person.
Director, oh, I'm sorry, Director. What I would like you to do as a follow-up from this committee, I want you to send me that law. That case, so I can put several of my colleagues who are really interested in this issue in contact with our city council attorneys, so they can review that opinion, and then we can figure out how we as a council move forward from there. Can you do that, Director?
Yes, and just to add, it's just a simple search, chair to council, is that under the laws enforced by the EEOC, it is illegal to discriminate against someone because of that person's race, religion, sex, including gender identity, sexual orientation and pregnancy, national origin, disability or genetic information. Those are the things that it's that you cannot put into your hiring decision. That is information that comes from EEOC.gov.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add real quick.
Sure, Chief.
Yeah, the director talks about what the law of the land is, and he's correct. You know, it's kind of like an anti or reverse discrimination piece. We can't just single out certain people and hire them, because the people that we don't hire then would have a claim that we're discriminating against them based on race or based on sex or national origin or those other things. But the way that we get a diverse set of employees is that we expand the candidate pool. And that's what we've been pushing for the last 3.5, 4 years, is to get more of the desired candidates that we want to see involved in our city public safety services in that candidate pool, in that process, so that we have more to pick from. And that's the only way that you basically increase and diversify the ranks of police, fire, EMS, is to get more of those candidates actually in the process. And that's what we've asked council to actually come and help us do. If you know good minority candidates or good female candidates, or candidates that would make a diverse pool of candidates, we need to have those folks sign up for the testing process, and we need to have them stick through the process so that they can be considered for these jobs in public safety.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chief Cavillo. I concur with Chief Williams and Director Howard. We're looking for that diverse group and, getting them at the table. And I'm sure Michael touched upon it the last year in regards to, these members, the citizens of Cleveland, are filling out the application, but they're not getting all the information or the points in regards to residency. So there's some opportunities there that have been missed that I believe together as a team with council, your ward, your people, information to the people of the city of Cleveland, us, safety forces, everybody working together to provide that information to our people so that when they go through this process, there's no stone unturned and every opportunity is available so that we can see an increase in diversity.
Thank you, Chief. So my last question, and then I already have 4 members of council in the queue who want to ask questions. So I want to get to the question section. My last question, so I'm going to direct this to Director Howard and Secretary Sprang and Chief Cavillo. There, for a while there was some concerns, or council members were receiving feedback that we were convening a new fire academy, and it wasn't very diverse. Quite frankly, it wasn't diverse at all. So Secretary Sprang, talk about the next fire class, where we're at, when will that class be convened? And then Director Howard, what steps are we doing to make sure that that class is diverse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be very clear, there has been talk about a class of 40 white males. That class does not exist. That is completely untrue. The next fire academy class has not been selected. There are candidates in the process, a couple hundred of them, that will work through to complete the vetting and background steps. And then the chief will meet with the safety director and make selections for that academy. But that group of candidates is a diverse group of candidates, male, female, racially, ethnically. It is a diverse group of candidates. It is not an all-white group, as seems to have been the impression or the belief of some. I can't give you exact numbers because, as I said, the class has not been picked yet. It does not officially exist. We originally were looking at a class of 40, but because of some delays through COVID and otherwise, we are now looking at a class of closer to 80 to address the vacancy levels within the Division of Fire. We expect, we were looking at trying to start that class December this year. More realistically, will be the first month or two of 2021. But again, I fully expect that to be a class that is both racially and gender diverse.
Thank you for that clarification. I want to open it up to questions from our colleagues. Right now in the queue, I have Councilwoman Cleveland, Councilman Bashir Jones, Councilman Mike Polensek, Councilman Joe Jones. If members of council want to ask questions, you must open up the participants tab. And then once you open it up, press the raise hand symbol. To my colleagues, we are going to have another, I think, very spirited conversation next when we focus on the uptick in violent crime. And then I have 7 pieces of legislation. So I ask those who are asking questions to be judicious with your time. A few have asked for a little more time. I'll be flexible with you there. But just know that we have a heavy agenda today, and I want to make sure we get to all items before the committee is adjourned. And with that, Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, all. I'll just ask a couple of questions, because again, I know we have a very healthy agenda. My first question, my first statement is, I am sorry to hear that Officer Leon has left the city. I thought she was a wonderful officer. I've known her since she was a community relations representative with the 3rd District. And, you know, she's just been a wonderful representative for the city of Cleveland. And I wish her the best of luck. I don't know where she's landed, but I wish her all the best. And, you know, if she's listening, you know, stay in touch, please. My next, it's not a question, this would just be to the safety director, Director Howard. You know, I think, you know, most of us are familiar with the lay of the land when it comes to civil rights and equal opportunity employment law. We know that, you know, since the 80s, the Supreme Court has dismantled a lot of the laws that were put into effect to create equal opportunities and to eliminate disparities for minorities and women and others in our country. So, you know, we've seen that, we've lived through that, we are living through that now. But at the same time, you know, I will note that other cities seem to have found a way to deal with those things, and even other departments within the city of Cleveland. Certainly, you know, the police are, you know, more diverse than fire in terms of racial minorities, and also obviously with respect to women. You know, and again, certainly other departments and throughout the city don't have that issue. So I think we have to, you know, take a step back and look at, you know, what it is we're doing. There are other ways to make up those, you know, those differences and those disparities. And certainly reverse discrimination, you know, shouldn't, you know, we can't rest and let that say, well, we can't do this because we'll get sued for discriminating against whites. You know, we you know, there are other ways to do that. You know, other cities are doing it. And particularly with respect to fire, you know, I've looked at other cities, Baltimore and, you know, New Orleans and other cities, and certainly they have numbers and they're doing something to get the numbers. And if we need to figure out what it is that they're doing and figure out how we replicate that here in the city of Cleveland. You know, we can't go into, you know, further into the 21st century doing what we used to do. And, you know, I think we've all gotten a wake up call by recent events, COVID and everything else that's happening, you know, that that's just not going to fly anymore. And so, you know, and, you know, we as council are here to work with you. That requires communication, you know, back and forth. And, you know, we are here. Sometimes we don't get the information or feedback that we need so that we can help you. And I think we can be a tremendous help, and not just in terms of recruiting, but in terms, you know, of providing ideas and policies and updates on, you know, how we're doing things, whether it's through the testing, through civil service or whatever it is. So, you know, I just want to say that to the director and to all the chiefs and everyone, Secretary Sprang and everyone else here. And my last question, again, goes back to my final question or point goes to Chief Cavillo and Secretary Sprang. I just want to confirm on the record, on TV, on YouTube, on Facebook Live, and everywhere else, that there is no class certified for the fire department. There's currently no class, that you are currently building the class. You're looking to have a class of 80 people, diverse, and I hope that includes a lot of women. And, you know, we asked this question, it came up in budget hearings back, you know, in March, you know, so now here we are 6 months, 5 months later. And now, you know, a lot of us, you know, we're hearing again that same rumor. And so, I just I want you all to confirm, you know, right here, right now, that there is no class certified, that it's not 40 white males, you know, that you're still building the class, that you look to have it completed sometime, you said in late December or in the first quarter of next year. And that's fine with COVID. I understand that, you know, a lot of us are behind what we normally would be doing, but I mean, the critical thing is that, a lot of us are, in the community are getting hit and we're getting killed by, information or disinformation or misinformation. And so we just need to have the right information so that we can be a help to you as a department, but also to our residents who deserve, the best qualified, and diversity and inclusion is a part of that, but we deserve the best qualified public safety forces that we can find. Thank you, Mr.
Well said, Majority Leader Cleveland. I don't think Director Howard's on the call, so I'm going to direct that question towards Chief Cavillo and Secretary Sprang to respond.
That's who I directed that to.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Councilwoman Cleveland, good morning. How are you? Nice to see you.
Thank you. You too.
So, yeah, this is Chief Cavillo here. And once again, a good man once told me, just tell the truth and everything will be fine. So I'm going to give the truth here. And the truth is that this list, this class has not even started yet. So Facebook, media, wherever that story went, I want to just squash it right now. So right now we've got applicants that we're going to actually do the physical agility practice session with, and then testing. We'll do background checks. We'll do medical, psychologicals. And then myself and Director Howard will do the 1 in 10 process. So none of that has started yet. And once again, Councilwoman Cleveland, we are looking to put that class of approximately 80 on sometime in January. But the truth is, we don't have 40 white Caucasians that are starting the academy in January.
Thank you.
If I may, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, and to the chair and all the members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to actually clarify this issue, because it's the rumors, we hear them as well, and we hear lots of things, but no class has been selected. Candidates have not been appointed. No one's been given offer letters. That class as yet does not exist. And as you stated, we're looking at the end of the year, probably the first of next year. And the final number, we'll know when we get there, but some could approach 80, but we fully expect it to be a diverse group, racially, ethnically, and gender.
And through the chair of the council, that's like Mike Spring, like Secretary Spring. I'm very glad that question was asked, because we've been answering that question as we meet citizens. And this list that we have, it's a very broad list. We're going to be paying very, very detailed attention to this list as we make decisions to fill the class. But something that should also be noted is that a tool that we do have to make sure that we are hiring in a way that addresses the demographics of the city of Cleveland is that there's the residency points. You get points, civil service points for being a citizen in the city of Cleveland. When you apply, you get veterans points through civil service. We make those available as a tool in hiring with the issue that we do have in mind. And it's refreshing to hear, Councilman Cleveland, thank you so much for everything that you stated. I think that it would be fantastic if we could have our recruitment team partner with members of council and do organized recruitment efforts in your ward. I can tell you this, that COVID has made it complicated with mass gatherings and meeting in person. We would love to, the members of council know their community best. And if any member of council, I'm sure, would organize a virtual public safety fair, all divisions of public safety would love to participate. Our recruitment team would absolutely engage in that. And I have to say that's an idea that Sergeant Leon presented during her exit discussion. And that is a genuine and real opportunity to address the concerns of hiring with each member of council. And it also gives the members of council the opportunity to see who is coming forward to join the public safety team. So, and Councilwoman Cleveland, I promise you this, we will work, I will, and our recruitment team will work to engage in increased communication with you. I welcome that. I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Director. And yeah, I know all of us are absolutely available to work with the recruitment team, and a lot of us have already been working with them. And so we can do that virtually, however it needs to be done right now. So I thank you for that, Director. No, and just one final point, Mr. Chairman. Director, you mentioned the residency points and veterans points, and this raises another issue that I've heard from members of the safety forces when it comes to the recruitment and the testing and the whole process, that sometimes maybe things are not implemented internally on an equitable basis. And by example, what I'm saying is that I've been told that some people are allowed to, my understanding is that when you submit your application for a test, you're also supposed to submit your proof of residency and proof of veteran status, your DD 214. I've been told that sometimes people may neglect to do that, and that some people are given the opportunity to submit that later and others are not told of that opportunity. So, we have to look at some of the internal processes and not just the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. And that, we have to make sure that those policies and procedures and those informal practices are treated the same for every applicant. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all.
Thank you, Majority Leader Cleveland. Appreciate your thoughts. They're right on point. Councilman Bashir Jones.
Thank you so much, Chair. And by the way, I was here on time, so I couldn't unmute myself. So I am here. I wouldn't miss this for the world right here. First and foremost, Chair, thank you so much for putting this on. To be honest with you, I don't know if there's anything that's more important. We've been talking about this, man, since I've been in here. So that's 2 or 3 years, going on 4. First, I like to just say to my colleagues that first, Councilman Cleveland, that was beautiful words, and thank you so much for what you said, because that what you said, it really touched me. And I know it touched a lot of people that's tuned in. For my colleagues, a lot of times as we discuss crime in the city, we are very, we have a lot of energy about it. We have a lot of concern about the crime that's taking place in our neighborhood and what we're going to do about the crime. What are we going to do about the crime? And we know that we live in a country, in America, that is a country that incarcerates more people than any other country in the world, percentage-wise. So we know how to deal with crime. And the fact is that there are some people who are in jail, as we know, who shouldn't be there, because we are so focused on incarcerating those and putting people in jail in regards of crime. But to my colleagues, we have to be as enthusiastic about systematic crimes. We have to be as enthusiastic about crimes that we have control over to change. And the fact is that, it does something to me, with all due respect to, and I know every individual on here is a great person, so this is not an individual attacks. Please don't take that as such. But it insults my intelligence when I hear someone say that we have to, we hire people based upon their competence. What that says to me is that, what are you saying about the competence of Black and brown people? Why would that have to be the first thing that you say? Because when you talk about a system and you're saying that the system, you can't hire based upon race, America has been a system that has kept some people out. That's crystal clear. So then to turn it around and say that we got to be a system, that we have to be diverse and we have to make sure that we hire people based upon this, that, and the third, The fact is that we have done the exact opposite. So what are you saying when you say we want to make sure that we hire competent people? Are you saying that Black and brown people are not competent? Are you saying that that's the reason why? And also, when you speak about recruitment, we're not talking about recruitment. Can you please stop saying recruitment? Can we stop saying recruitment? Because we're not talking about recruitment. We're talking about why are we not hiring, and those who do come, why are they not getting the opportunity? So when you speak about recruitment, it's like you're throwing away the culture of this society right now. Of course, Black and brown people are not becoming officers in droves. Do you not see what's happening right now? Or do you not see what's been happening since the 1800s? I mean, of course, that's the reality. So that means that as a system, we have to do a better job of making sure that those who do come feel wanted, and not be a culture, right? Not be a culture that even when we do get you in, that we are, causing you so much problems when you get here. So we understand that we want competent people. We understand that. We know that's what we want. We all want competent officers. But the fact is that there are some people who have been left out of the process, and others who are continuing to get opportunities, even though it's clear that they have lacked some competence. What's going on with the process? We're talking about the process. I'm not talking about recruitment. You can send them out. The recruitment team is doing a fantastic job. I'm talking about the process, the hiring process, and the culture of the safety forces. Okay, we're happy. We have a Black chief of police, and we have a Hispanic, with all due respect, fire chief. That's great. But one blade of grass don't make the lawn look greener. You still have a safety force that's 60% white men, and you still have a fire department that's 75% white men. So who cares if you have a person of color who's leading it when everything else is the exact opposite? We still, Chair, have not gotten a diversity plan from the safety forces. Still, we've been talking about this for 3 years. And what upsets me about it, and I really like the director, Howard, I really believe that there's some serious potential there, but I don't want to get into political conversations. Well, we're doing the best that we can. What the heck do you mean you're doing the best that you can? It's still the same problem. It's still the same problem. And okay, there wasn't 40 white men. Okay, but for the last 50 years, it's been like that. So what are we doing? How are we dealing with the residency issue? How are we dealing with the residency issue? Are we making sure that those who are getting residency points? All the questions that we've been asking, Chair, we haven't got any answers to it. There's been no answers. And what I'm afraid of is that we're going and we're taking the same steps. We're taking the same steps. And though we have a new safety director, we're having the same type of political dialogue. And then we wonder why the community does not trust the safety forces or do not trust us as a city. So yes, we can't hire based upon race, but it surely seems like we have been doing it. So now when Black people say we want our chance, now you want to say we can't hire based upon race. You've been doing it for the past 100 years. And it's crystal clear that it's been like that. So now that we're saying that we want Black and brown people, we want to see this. Now you want to bring up a Supreme Court decision? Well, damn it! Why didn't you bring up the Supreme Court decision when all white men were being? Why didn't you bring it up then? Why is that not the case then? And then how does this translate to our community? It translates because without a doubt, it has an impact. Now, for my colleagues that are on the West Side, with all due respect, I know that many of the safety forces, they're living on the West Side. So this may not necessarily be such a big issue, but I'm telling you that it has an impact on the entire city. Why does it have an impact? Because these are the people who are patrolling our neighborhoods. I'm not saying that they're not good people. Stop telling me there's some good white people. Stop saying that. This is not a black and white issue. This is about the lack of diversity, Chair, brings a lack of innovation. Carl Stokes said in his book, Promise of Power, that his biggest regret is not being able to have an impact on the police force. So we understand that there's a different culture. So, Chair, I close with this. What is the diversity plan? Number one. Number two, Chair, how do we deal with people right now? We still are not clear what's happening with the family of Desmond Franklin. Still, they don't know what's going on. Still, the family of Desmond Franklin. There's people who reach out to me all the time who have said that they have been experiencing police brutality and they don't know who to talk to. So when someone is shot and killed, what is the city process to deal with police-related shootings in regards to the families? Do we just leave them alone? Do we just let them go out on their own? And what is that process? I'm not saying you send them a thank you card. I don't know what you do, but we are clear that we look at the numbers over the past 10 years, the city has spent millions of dollars. So for everybody tuned in, if you are not moved by this out of pure human decency, then recognize that financially you are paying for it. We have spent millions of dollars over the past 10 years as a result of police-related shootings. Millions. So that's what I need for everybody to understand. So once again, when you say you can't tailor something based upon race, it has been tailored based upon race. That's the point that we're making. It has absolutely been tailored based upon race and has been tailored in a way to keep Black and brown people out. And how many times, for my colleagues, how long can we sit back and not see this for what it is? It is a way to keep a culture the same and to make sure that not only you can't get in, but once you get in, we're going to make sure you have the worst time. So I'm happy to have an African-American police chief, and I'm happy to have persons of color. But what does that mean if everything else does not resemble that? So Chair, I'm going to be sending you my questions. And Chair, we just can't tolerate the political talk. And if I'm on mute and you see my facial expressions, that's just because I can't say anything and I'm trying to be respectful of everybody who's talking. But Chair, when are we going to stop this political conversation? When are we going to stop playing politics? The fact is that there's a serious culture, not only in Cleveland, but across the country when in regards to community and police, community and safety forces. And someone told me something very beautiful, that you can't expect a system that benefits from the oppression to free them. And if, Chair, with all due respect, if these are not the individuals, and I know that the mayor, man, is a great man, and he believes in equity, and I know it, man. I sit with him. He's a master teacher, man. But if people don't have the courage to make the change that need to be changed, then they need to be removed. And that time will come. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bashir Jones. Mr. Reddick put on our follow-up with the administration. So I heard 3 takeaways from this conversation. One, what's the diversity plan? So we're going to follow up on that. 2, the issue with Desmond Franklin investigation. And I would like to give Director Howard a moment to kind of respond to that because at our last safety committee hearing, he did update us where we're at, but I'd like to know in real time what's happening with that investigation. And the third, I am fairly embarrassed, Councilman Bashir Jones, I didn't write the third one down. I emailed everyone this morning. Councilman Joe Jones put together a memo with a bunch of requests that he wanted on Monday. And Councilman Mike Polensek made a request. All that is in your inbox. I emailed it this morning just before the committee started. So I apologize. I didn't receive it until that time, but you can look at that. Councilman Bashir Jones, we will definitely follow up on the issues that you raised, and we will push that moving forward. Next on the list, I have Councilman Mike Polensek, then Councilman Joe Jones, and Councilman Blaine Griffin. Mike Polensek.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to the administration. There's been very good points and a lot of passion this morning. But let me say this, give a historical perspective. It's no secret that I don't always agree with this administration, and I certainly don't always agree with the command staff of the CPD. And I'm sure the chief and the safety director would concur with that. But I got to tell you, in my time in council, which goes back 4 decades, I got to tell you, I think the in my opinion, I think the Jackson administration has done more in the area. And I want to say to my honorable colleague, Bashir Jones, and in all due respect, but it is recruitment. You have to recruit people. And I think they've done an outstanding job from what I can ascertain and what I can see from my own community, the joint meetings that we've had with Councilman Conwell, Councilman Hairston, the recruitment events that we had at Glenville High School, the Glenville Rec Center, and other events, people coming to our neighborhood meetings. And I too want to indicate to my best wishes to Sergeant Leone. I think she did a magnificent job. She personally came out to my neighborhood meetings to promote and to talk about the jobs that are available through the city. Here's the historical perspective that I can see. In the day, you had many, many residents. First of all, you had the residency requirement, which was a major factor. It was a big help for us in recruiting. But the other factor we had was the draft, the United States military. You had many men and women who went into the military. I can just think of the African-American friends of mine that I went to College High School with that went into the military. When they came out of the military, they went right into the service. They went right into the police department. They took the test. So you had that connection between the safety department and the United States military. So there was that term that the Cleveland Police Department was a paramilitary organization because of the migration in. And one of my best friends, not only was he in the Cleveland Police Department, but his wife was as well, both African Americans. So that's been broken with the volunteer military we have today, where people are volunteering. The other issue that we're dealing with today, and as I had a discussion with 4 young men at the Glenville Rec Center, as I've reported at other meetings, 2 of them which were college graduates of CSU. The other 2 weren't employed, but they were there. Their friends had come there, play basketball in the evening, and we started to talk. And we had a pretty heated discussion about their thoughts about the police in general. And I said to them, I said, here's an opportunity. You want to make some changes. You want to change the way you perceive the police department to be. Why don't you sign up? And what did I hear? No, we're not interested in that. We don't want to be police officers. Or 2 of them said to me, we believe it's too dangerous. And then the other 2 said they can make more money in the private sector. And I think that's something we have to discuss. When we're out trying to bring people in, there's other options today that people didn't have before. And I think we have to be realistic about that. I go out there, I pass the flyers out. I asked our ministers, our people in the community to advocate, because I'm a firm believer. I want to have a police department that is reflective of our city as best as it can. But I've come to the realization in my discussions, I can't force people to take a test. In a day, as some of the old timers might realize that are sitting in the command staff room, there'd be thousands of people that would take the test. That's changed. And now let's be very blunt about it. There's an attitude out there, and you talk to the police officers. I engage people in the 5th district. They believe that there is no support for the police today, that they're being vilified. Those are all the challenges that we're faced with today as we're trying to bring people into the Cleveland Police Department. So I want to say again, to the chief of police, to the chief of fire, to the commissioner of EMS, and above all to the secretary of the Civil Service Commission, there has been a massive improvement. Are we where we need to be? No, we're not. I think all of us would concur with that. We want to see a department that's reflected. We want to see people. In the day, I had in my ward on the northeast side, I had the 2nd largest number of Cleveland police officers living next to West Park. That has changed. It's changed substantially. Look how many of our present officers have unfortunately fled the city, have moved out as a result of the residency requirement. Going by the sidelines as a result of those wonderful people in Columbus. So I'm very much aware of the challenges. I hear Bashir's passion, and I share a lot with him. He wants to see a department that reflects it. He wants to see a department that's interacting with our citizens. I think we've got a long way to go in that. You know what my feelings are, Mr. Chairman, and the command staff as it pertains to community policing. I don't believe we're anywhere near where we need to be from a standpoint of community policing, but we've come a long way. I commend the administration. I commend the mayor. I don't always agree with him on issues, but on this issue, because no one's going to tell me that Frank Jackson does not care about having a police department that's reflective of the community. I've served with him too long. I know that's not the case. He cares about having a department that's reflective. The chief cares about that, even though he and I don't always agree. I know he cares about that. He's grew up in a city. Chief Cavillo, the commissioner of EMS. I mean, we've come a long way. We've got a long way to go yet, but somehow we got to figure out, how do we get through to those folks out there? Is it about raising pay? I don't know. Maybe that's it. We've got to do something to figure out how we're going to attract folks into the department when they have so many other options today that they never had in the past. And I could see it in my own community. I interact, but I'll tell you, I'll leave it at this point. This friend of mine that I grew up with, who served 33 years in the Cleveland Police Department, what did he tell me just recently when we were shooting a breeze? He said, today, I don't know if I even recommend one of my kids to join the Cleveland Police Department. And I was shocked by that, because here he served, his wife served, both retired from CPD. And I said to him, why? He said, the job has become far too dangerous. We're not getting the support of the citizenry. And he said, quite frankly, I'm sick of us being vilified. He said, I'm an African-American. I didn't abuse people. I didn't shoot people. I didn't do the bad things. And yet, we're all wearing that jacket. And he said, that is having a major impact on our ability to reach out and bring people into the department. And I have to concur with them. So we've got to try to rise above it. We got to be supportive and do everything we can. And I would say to the administration again, as we've talked about this in the past, Mr. Chair, if there's something legislatively that you think we can do to enhance hiring, let us know. I don't think there's a council person that would be opposed to that. If you think there's something we need to do by looking at civil service provisions or putting something on the ballot for a charter change, I'm willing to entertain that. I'm willing to do whatever we have to do to make this department reflective and to make sure we have the most competent and capable police department possible. But again, one that is really reflective of what the city of Cleveland is. So on that note, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I appreciate the passion and the discussion that's taken place today.
Thank you, Councilman Polensek. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start out by stating that I didn't really quite understand why we started out with a presentation that talked about what the Supreme Court has to say about recruitment of minorities, and being cited that almost as if we would be doing something illegal here in the city to break the rules and the regulations of the land and the Constitution of the United States of America. I just found that didn't understand why that was made and who that message was for. What we have been talking about for over 20 some years, Mr. Chairman, is the failure of being able to recruit African Americans. So whether we're talking about in this period of time, or we're talking 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, or 20 or 25 years, or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 years ago, it doesn't matter. We still have a major issue as it relates to getting minorities on the police force. And it's so critical to get minority officers on the police force. And I appreciate my colleague, Phyllis Cleveland, talking about the issues and looking at other cities. If other cities, Mr. Chairman, can do this, certainly with an African-American mayor, with an African-American chief, with an African-American safety director, I don't see why we should be getting a quote about what's unconstitutional and the Supreme Court and starting about the hearing of trying to hire minorities and into position to protect us in our communities. I just did not get that. That just did not make sense to me. It was sort of, Mr. Chairman, making me feel like I'm a victim again as a minority. And when we talk about discrimination, I'm discriminated when I go and get insurance because where I live in a minority neighborhood. I'm discriminated because I pay more taxes and don't get the services for those taxes paid out. I'm discriminated in my insurance on my homeowners because of the city, the minority neighborhood I live in. My educational system, I'm discriminated in because it's an F grade and it's a poor condition. And so I have to pay more money to send my kids to other schools because we can't afford to send our kids to a failing school system. I'm discriminated every time I turn around as an African-American in this society. And so for the director to tell me and quote a Supreme Court a ruling about we would do something illegal was insulting to my intelligence as a member of this council, as a citizen of this United States of America, and as an African-American who works very hard every day. And no one gives me anything, Mr. Chairman. And when it came to resources from the government on COVID, we didn't ask for a nickel. Not one red penny
The reflection of
for none of our operations. And so, Mr. Chairman, I say to you, as a human being, this is a critical situation. When you look at 60%, and then the question comes down to what plans are you really looking at implementing? So my question, Mr. Chairman, to the director, is it your responsibility to sustain the department operations?
Director Howard? Councilman Jones, restate your question.
Is it your responsibility to sustain department operations?
So, Councilman through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, that's a yes or a no.
Director?
No, it's not my responsibility to sustain department operations.
You want to explain why?
Thank you. So public safety, well, let me say this. I have prided myself of being a change agent. I became a prosecutor because I did not see a lot of people of color in prosecution, and I know that system needs to be changed.
Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the subject matter of operations, not about his personal background.
Well, that goes into operations.
Mr. Chairman, I will restate the question. As the safety director of the city of Cleveland, is it your responsibility, director, to develop and implement policy necessary to sustain department operations?
My responsibility is to constantly work to improve department operations.
Councilman?
Mr. Chairman, I would refer the director to page 246 of the general fund book on his responsibilities as a director. Mr. Chairman, to the director, is it your responsibility to maintain fiscal control and coordinate personnel and administration in the city of Cleveland as it relates to the safety forces and the safety departments?
Absolutely.
And by that being the case, Mr. Chairman, to the director, and I appreciate the director wanting to talk about minorities, but when you came in, Mr. Chairman, to the director, and you started quoting all of the issues out about the factors of the Constitution and how you can't do this and how you can't do that, we're really well aware of that. We've been told that all the time. We've been led that way, all the way down the whole box as a people and as a community. We're not asking, Mr. Chairman, to the director and for all of those who are hearing for a handout. Mr. Chairman, to the director, we're not asking that you have some kind of special test for minorities. Mr. Chairman, to the director, we're not asking for any special or any kind of uniqueness here. We're just trying to find out, Mr. Chairman, to Director, why is it that for the last 50 years, our police department and our fire departments, and now unfortunately our EMS department, which used to represent 50% minority, now is down to, who knows, 20%? So, Mr. Chairman, to the Director, on the operations of recruitment, how many minorities are in the police department? And when I say minorities, I mean in the sense of just coordinating it off to how many Black men and women are in the police department in terms of numbers.
Councilman, hold on, Director. Councilman, I forward a series of 4 emails to everyone. It's in that email, but Chief Williams, do you have that information readily available to respond to the question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and the councilman, they're currently, well, if you look at African-American men, they're currently 24% of the division, and that's including officers in our training academy class right now that's due to graduate in about a month and a half. Overall, the division is 33% minority. But to answer some of the questions prior, the last 3 classes that the division has put on.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to get to the asking the questions. I'm not trying to go through a whole process and waste the time. So because I have a line of.
Councilman Joe Jones, you must let the chief respond to the question that was asked. That's according to Robert's rules. Chief, finish your response, then back to the floor to Councilman Jones.
Yeah, again, 33% minority, currently 24% African-American male. The last 3 classes have ranged from 50% minority to 45% minority or classes, minority participants in the last 3 classes.
Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chairman, it was not the answer to my questions, and that's why I don't want to see, I don't like this. And so what that mean by that is that I was asking a specific question. How females are actually currently in the police department?
Can you restate the question, please?
I'm sorry, you didn't hear me, Mr. Chairman?
No, your computer froze. Could you restate the question, please?
The question was, how many African-American men? Is it 20 men, 30 men, 40 men? Is it 100 African-American men? How many African-American females? We just heard that Sergeant Leon is gone. And Mr. Chairman, this is reflective of what we actually have right now currently, not what's being recruited in the classes or maybe potentially going to come out the classes, because like I know, Mr. Chairman, that a lot of people who are recruits don't sign on to the police department. So my question is, currently right now, actually, what is that number?
Chief?
Yeah, Councilman, through Mr. Chair, through the councilman, I'm doing some quick math here and maybe off by a couple, but there are currently 260 African-American males on the Division of Police.
How many females, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Females or African-American females?
African-American females? So you said it's 260 African-American males. So
193 African-American females, or those who identify as African-American females.
And we have 1,600. How many police officers do we currently have now that's actual on the police force currently?
We have 1,000 through the chair, 1,537.
And Mr. Chairman, to the director, looking at these numbers here, what are our recruitment plans to get those numbers up? Mr. Chairman, and I know that that's going to take a long time. So if the director could give me a plan of action of how the administration is going to pursue this process of recruitment and bringing those numbers up.
Chief, what the councilman's referred to is there's a budgeted amount of 1,601 officers. So we're currently, down roughly 63. I know attrition and retirement has something to do with that. That information was sent to all council colleagues this morning, but Chief, can you please respond?
Yeah, through the chair of the councilman, you know, that 1,537 number does not include 37 current cadets. They're in a room down the hall for me. So our current number is 1,574. So we're about 26, 27 officers. No, a little bit over that. We're about 33 officers down from our budgeted staffing number. And we currently are in the process of onboarding a class, hopefully sometime in November. Class anywhere from 50 to 80. That'll get our numbers back up. But Councilman, Chair to the councilman, everybody knows on that safety committee that this is an ongoing effort. You know, attrition, hiring, and we're doing our best to make sure that we can get above that attrition, to make sure our numbers are above what they're supposed to be. And that's what we're in the process of doing. The councilman asked about the plan and the diversity plan. The diversity plan for public safety is the recruitment plan. If you look at the recruitment plan, it talks about the locations, the different segments of the population, how we're going to reach those folks, and how we plan to hire those folks. So if you look at the recruitment plan, that is the diversity plan for public safety.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, you have sent that to all of the council, this recruitment plan?
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't know if you guys have the entire recruitment plan, but we can look at getting you that plan out.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, that is good to know, to see what the plan is, because I haven't seen not one plan, and I've been in office now for 3 years. And so I haven't seen the recruitment plan. And I see some people in the background shaking their head. I'm shaking my head too, because I haven't seen the plan. And so I'm shaking my head again because I haven't seen the plan. I'm shaking my head again because we've had meetings on this recruitment, and we've never been brought a plan to the table from Sergeant Leon or anyone else. So if we do have one, that would be good to receive it and then try to at least figure out where we are in the process of this plan. And so, Mr. Chairman, there has been suggestions made at the committee table as relates to recruitment opportunities. And I just want to take this time, who has, Mr. Chairman, to the safety director, has taken over Sergeant Leon's position?
Director Howard?
As stated earlier, we have to work to fill that position. She is actually, as of, I believe, September 7th, is her last day on the book. She's taking leave ahead of her departure. So we are in the process now, and we didn't waste any time in beginning discussion of her replacement.
And Mr. Chairman, to the director, you know, one of the things that we were talking about, which is really important to minority hiring. I'm an African-American male. I'm a taxpaying citizen, and I want to see all the departments of the city of Cleveland reflect that. And so with that being said, one of the points that we made, Mr. Chairman, was that we should use our Cleveland Public Schools as a ways and means for recruitment. Have we looked in that? Is that a part of the recruitment plan? Mr. Chairman, to the director.
Director, Councilman Joe Jones, you're at 16 minutes. I'm going to allow you to kind of wrap this section up because we have another big presentation and 7 pieces of legislation. But Chief, the specific question, Chief Williams, what are we doing with outreach? And maybe this is directed to Director Howard as well, into our schools.
So we have engaged in discussions within the last 3 or so weeks about engaging CMSD for recruitment, and we are also engaging in discussion, and we would love to engage further discussion with members of council of a public safety academy that is filled with students who have an interest, and we can feed that interest of young people in the community who want to become police officers, firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think that's wonderful. What the director has just said here is so great to hear that. And here's what I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, with your leadership, and the leadership of the president of the Cleveland City Council and this great mayor of the city of Cleveland, I think it says nothing better than putting together a program and a partnership with the Cleveland Public Schools and Tri-C Community College to help recruit minority recruitment, get these young people up to the place where they need to be so that they will be able to take these tests, so that they will have the ability and capacity like others with the same resources put in front of them as others have to be good, capable candidates to be employed by the city of Cleveland safety forces in both the fire department and EMS, as well as in the police department. I don't think that those who are listening, the white powers that be, the black powers that be, and just those who believe in just human and humanity as being just and right, we should be able to put this together. And Mr. Chairman, to watch over that, I would ask, Mr. Chairman, you set up a special committee of council to work with the Cleveland Police Department to bridge those gaps and make those possibilities able. And as we move forward, hopefully in 5, 10, 15, this won't even be a discussion. We'll have a department in the city of Cleveland that represent its citizens and the makeup of its citizens. And Mr. Chairman, can we do that?
Yeah, Councilman, I'm going to go a step further. I know this has been an issue you've been very passionate about. It's also your brother from another mother, Councilman Bashir Jones. What I'm going to do is I'm going to arrange for a call with with the Chief of Staff for Eric Gordon, Director Howard, and somebody from his recruitment team, and the two of you, so we can talk directly to CMSD prior to any committee meetings, just to talk about it. And then what we'll do is we'll follow up quickly with the hearing on this specific topic real soon.
And if we could have, Mr. Chairman, that doing that also, but just set up an oversight committee on recruitment in the police department, I think that'd be good. We have to have that ongoing accountability, because just to have these little sessions and then that's it, and then we come back, it doesn't get work done. So I like to get down granular in this, Mr. Chairman, and really start figuring this out, because I want to make sure that that what I say, it manifests itself in some kind of positive fruit. And so if with your leadership doing this, I think that this will be a powerful, profound legacy for this council and for this city.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I absolutely will work with you on that, and appreciate your line of questions. I have two individuals left. I have Councilman Blaine Griffin and then Council President Kevin Kelly. I do want to remind others, we have another big presentation. I invited U.S. Attorney Justin Herdman to join us. He's on the call. So we have two questioners before we move to the next topic. Council President Blaine Griffin. I mean, Council Majority Whip Blaine Griffin.
Thanks for the promotion, Mr. Chairman, but it's premature. I don't think Council President Kelly would like that. The only thing that I would want to be quick, and I want to respect your agenda, Mr. Chair. First question I have is for Mr. Spring. The Civil Service Commission. Who sits on the Civil Service Commission, and what is the makeup of the Civil Service Commission, and what is the authority? Do they have the ability to throw out a test if it's not the list that we want, or what kind of input do they have on the process?
Secretary Spring.
Through the chair, the Civil Service Commission is 5 members that are appointed by the mayor. I am one of those members. The other members of the committee or of the commission consist of 2 white males, 1 African-American female, and 1 African-American male, Pastor Jordan, who is the chairman of the commission. The commission establishes policies and rules and has general oversight of the operations of the Civil Service Commission. The commission would have the authority to have a test retested or address issues of impropriety or failed process in terms of legal compliance, but There is no general authority for the commission to simply throw out a test or a list because we don't like how it looks, to put it that bluntly. There has to be some basis or flaw that makes the test improper and invalid for them to do so. And I don't believe we've ever had a situation where that sort of matter has come before the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Spring. One of the things that I would like is when we talk about this hiring process, I do believe the Civil Service Commission Chair or Secretary Spring should be involved in that conversation as well. Because what I am hearing is that there are some flaws that are preventing from us diversifying our forces the way that we would like to see them diversified. So I would like to hope that we could include them in the process, because we know that that they play a role, and they're one of those quiet boards that a lot of people don't realize that wield a lot of clout. So thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing that I would like as a follow-up, if we could, out of the 200 members, I know we're going to get an 80-person class, 200 members. I would say that I would like to see the diversity makeup of that list. And if the rankings are available, I believe that is available, because when I did my research on one of the young men who gave me a call, he actually ranked 8th. So I guess what I'm looking for, to be very descriptive, is if there's a list of 200 people that we're choosing from, what number 5 on the list? Is he an African American? Is he white male? Is he a Hispanic female, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Is that available, Mr. Chair? And can we get a follow-up to that?
So I want some clarification. I don't know legally if we can share that list until the actual class is selected, is my understanding, but I will defer to Secretary Spring.
Sure.
Secretary Spring, the question was, prior to the class being selected, when you do the initial ranking, is that something that could be shared with Councilman Griffin?
Can we look at it now, the 200 people that's on the list?
You know, certainly, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, we can provide you a list of those who have responded to the certification from which we'll pick. I will confirm with law whether we are able to issue to you a list of names linking their self-identified ethnicity. But so we will provide what we can provide to you. I don't have any issue with that.
So, Mr. Chair, if we could get that as a backup, I think that would be great, a reference point, because then that way we could look and actually see where African Americans rank on that list, and it'll help council be able to, inform future policy decisions. The other thing that I would like to know, Mr. Chair, is before I ask a couple of requests for solutions, is out of the 2019 class, or it may have been the 2018 class, and this question is to Safety Director Howard or Chief Williams. There were several African Americans that were disqualified from a class, and I'm trying to understand who made the decision for them to be released. Also, I would like to understand why that was done, if there was any flexibility that could have allowed them to stay in that class. And last but not least, if it is in litigation, please let us know so. But I do believe that in my interpretation, and I would like to know more about this case, that there were several African Americans that were released because of what was described as them cheating. But the other side of the story is that they were just sharing notes with each other. And I'm not sure if that's in litigation, but if you could give any light on that, I'd appreciate it.
So that would be Director Howard or Secretary Spring or Chief Williams. Can one of you respond?
Yeah, I'll respond, Mr. Chair, to the councilman. In 2018, we had a allegation of plagiarism for, I think it was upwards of 16 cadets in our police academy. The majority of those cadets were African American, but there were white males and white females in that number. I don't have the exact breakdown of what it was, but all those officers, all those cadets were given due process hearings with the safety director, and all those cadets were terminated based on the evidence received at those hearings and based on the testimony of the folks that did the investigation and myself. Some of that went to litigation, so I won't comment further because I don't know if a couple of those are still in litigation, but there were lawsuits filed as a result of that.
Councilman Griffin?
So, I mean, I guess what I would really like to understand is, was there a way that they could have, was their plagiarism so egregious that it necessitated them being released? Or could there have been a decision made by the former safety director, by the way, Mike McGrath, that they were able to stay and maybe, had to do something extra or had to pay some kind of penalty or do some whatever they have to do? But who made that decision to let them go? Or was it that the rules were so rigid, or that the rules are so rigid that they had to be let go?
Chief?
Through the chair of the councilman, of course, the official decision to hire and terminate lies with the director of public safety. There are recommendations that can be given in those decisions, and I definitely weigh in with recommendations on all hiring and firing decisions, but it's just that, a recommendation. In that case, I'm not going to get too deep into it because there may be still some litigation going, but for what the cadets, all the cadets were charged with, termination was on the table. I don't think there's anything that could have avoided that for the folks that were found guilty of the level of plagiarism that they were charged with.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chief. I mean, it's a tough job because you want to hold our officers to a high standard, because once they're on the force, they have to be held to a high standard. But we also have to be very flexible when we're trying to groom people for these positions. I'd hate to tell people my record of mistakes that I made when I was 20 years old. I probably wouldn't, pass the scrutiny either. But they're young people. We need to make sure, and I tell everybody this, hospitals that I have discussions with, that we need to be patient and we need to try to do more to try to groom and get people in these positions, as opposed to being so rigid to say, you broke the rule, no flexibility, you're out of here. So I would like to see, at some point in time, I know it's still in litigation, how the safety director came about making those decisions, because to me, it still seems like it was, not a decision made about a yes or no, that every case could have been a case-by-case basis. But I'll leave it at that. The last thing, Mr. Chair, and I'll move on, is I have a couple of suggestions and recommendations. I don't know if they're legal, so maybe our legal team could kind of weigh in on this. But the proudest moment I had is when a kid that I coached at Zelma George Recreation Center became a police officer. And he started out as, just one of the 100 kids, 110 kids working at the recreation center. He then got hired as a rec center aide, or whatever they call them. And then he took the police test. Are we able to give points? And this may be an answer for Mr. Spring, for some of those young people that work in our various recreation centers and do other city jobs that are public facing, so that we could try to create a pipeline that we incentivize them by getting points and moving up into the police department? Are we able to give extra points for some of those employees that have that background? Because that's why we passed the 1 in 10. That's why we passed issue 33, so that we could actually increase our base. Instead of picking 1 in 3, that we will pick 1 in 10, because to your point earlier, Mr. Howard, to get around this, we can't hire Black folks, which we know that racism exists at the Supreme Court as well, that we would actually get around that by trying to hire people that understood the urban culture, whether they were Black, white, Hispanic, or otherwise. And can we give extra points or incentivize employees, or will we have to pass a law, to my colleague Councilman Polensik's point, in order to try to make that happen?
So I'll jump in first, because I've researched this issue, because I've even been exploring, could we even give points if you had a college degree? It would require legislative action. I think I would rather, instead of getting into all these nuanced issues, is we put that in the parking lot, Councilman Griffin, and I'll work with you and Secretary Sprague and our legal counsels and follow up on that issue. Next
That's
one.
good, and I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair, for the sake of time, but please, let's follow up with that because, you know, one of the things that I implore my colleagues about, and I told, you know, I joke with my colleague, Councilman Jones and the Jones brothers sometime, you know, when I turned 45 and my BP started rising, I stopped getting angry all the time. So I try to be more measured, but we all share the frustration that we need to diversify our police department. And I just want to make sure that we also come up with solutions. And we're going to have to be creative and innovative, and we're going to have to press the issue, and we're going to have to do some legislative things and really hold some other boards accountable, like the Civil Service Commission, because I believe we do have tools. We just need to use them right. And I also want to commend Sergeant Leon for her service. I'd be remiss if I didn't do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to the rest of the conversation.
Councilman Griffin. Final questioner on this section, Council President Kevin Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just state that this has been a great conversation, but it's not our first conversation about this, and it probably won't be our last. A lot of questions about the numbers and what do the statistics say. Whatever the exact numbers are, the numbers speak for themselves, and they point to a problem. They point to a problem that many of our safety forces don't reflect the city of Cleveland. And I don't question the intent. I don't question what the intent and what the passion of every member of this body is. And I think we all support the notion that we want our safety force, our employee base to reflect the communities that they serve. I think that's an important value. But I would also say that there's also a point where we put in place an aggressive recruiting program and process, which is absolutely commendable. But I think there's no dishonor in saying maybe it's not working the way we want it to work, or at least as fast as we want it to work. So somewhere along the line, we may be losing people. And I just wanted to say, maybe we're not asking the right questions. Maybe we're not examining the process and second guessing ourselves. There's no dishonor in saying we tried this path and it didn't work out the way we wanted to, and we did take a different path. So, Mr. Chair, I don't need a response. But as we go forward, I think we have to just ask ourselves, is what we're doing working, and is it working fast enough? Do we need a new plan, or do we need to tweak what's currently happening? But again, the numbers speak for themselves. They point to a problem, and I don't at all question the intent. I think the intent was I think it was admirable, and I think everybody's trying to solve a problem, but we're not moving the needle, at least not quick enough, and it's something we all care about, so let's come up with a solution and keep challenging ourselves to push forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, Council President Kelly, I mean, that self-reflection is important. You know, the best evaluation is when you do self-evaluation of what we're doing individually, what we're doing collectively as a council, what we're doing collectively as a city. And so that's an issue I look forward to getting involved in. I want to thank everyone for this robust conversation. Secretary Sprague, thank you for participating. We are going to pivot now to many of you have reached out to me over the past couple weeks. We've all seen an uptick in violent crime in our city, in our neighborhoods. Our offices have been flooded with phone calls. So I've reached out to the chief and his team to see if he could just lend a perspective on what is happening in that respect. To my colleagues, I'm going to do a follow-up hearing later, probably in about 30 days, on a deployment plan. So as opposed to getting very granular, like how many one-man cars or two-man cars or how many officers are assigned to each district, all of that data has already been sent over to you this morning. Today, we're going to focus kind of more big picture. What's happening? What is the city doing to address this? What partnerships and relationships are we working with? That's why I invited our U.S. Attorney, Justin Herdman, who's been a strong partner working with the Cleveland Police Department in these efforts. So with that, I want to recognize and turn this conversation over to Director Howard and Chief Williams to lead the conversation. Director Howard, any opening comments?
Who is with us, Councilman, City Councilman Chair. And I would like for her to speak about, and this is a great opening, is to talk about Operation Legend. And if Don Hartshorn can talk to us about that grant and and what that means for us as far as extra resources, and then we can get from there if the chair does.
Director, like, so we're going to hear legislation connected to Operation Legend. I want to speak more kind of at like a top 10,000 foot perspective. I mean, what's going on? What do you think it's attributable to? Sorry, Director, but I'm going to maybe ask Chief Williams just to come give us some reflection on that, and then I'd like our U.S. Attorney to kind of give us a perspective of what's happening in the service area of the Northeast Ohio region and what's happening nationally. And then we'll go from there and get into that legislation. Chief Williams.
Committee, just a couple remarks real quick. We have seen an uptick in violent crime over the last 5 or 6 months here in the city. And I hate to say this, but just like the rest of the country, and I know we're only concerned about Cleveland, Northeast Ohio, but this isn't something that's unique to the city of Cleveland. It's happening in all major areas all over the country. The causes, there are a lot of causes. I think COVID has something to do with it. People have been pent up for a long time. A lot of good folks have abided by a lot of the mandates for COVID, social distancing, stay-at-home orders, things like that, and have kind of stayed out of the way. And a lot of our folks that really don't adhere to mandates and things like that have been out kind of wreaking havoc in our communities. I think a lot of it also has to do with guns in our community. Proliferation of weapons in our country is kind of off the charts. And that's why we have partnerships right now with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the FBI, of course, the U.S. Attorney's Office. Mr. Hertman, our U.S. Attorney here, is a great partner in this. The FBI, DEA, all those folks on the federal level, our state partners, county partners, to try to combat illegal drugs and illegal guns in this country and in this city specifically. So I can't give you guys 1 or 2 explanations as to why we've seen these upticks. Excuse me. But what I can point to, excuse me, this mask always does this. What I can point to is if you take a look at, Councilman Jones requested some information about the last 5 years of violent crime here in the city and how it relates to district operations and wards themselves. If you look at district operations over the last 4 or 5 years, if you look at, say, shootings, for example, although shootings are up this year compared to last year, our felonious assaults are really in line with what they've been the previous 3 years. And I think all of you have those documents in your inbox. But if you look at Part 1 crimes by district, and I won't take a particular district, but I'll just look at some numbers here. 2016, there were 608 in a particular district. 2017, there were 483. 2018, there were 451. 2019, last year, there were 558. And this year, to this point, there are 418. So it's basically in line with what it's been the last 5 years, with the exception of 16, when that particular part of the city had 608 felonious assaults. And if you go down the list, you'll see everything is kind of in line. We look at crime on a cyclical basis. Everything that happens comes back around. And we usually look at anywhere from a 5-year to a 10-year term of crimes that happen within a particular area, because it kind of goes in a cycle. And we're seeing that cycle here now over the last 5 years. So although we want crime to be, minimal or nil, it's never going to be that way in an urban area. And, once we get into this conversation about some of the things we're doing on all levels to make sure we combat violent crime, then you'll see a little bit what I'm talking about. But, when I come to the table as the council president and the safety chair know, I try to deal in facts. I try to deal in the actual numbers. Although I know perception drives a lot of what happens out there in our neighborhoods and a lot of what people see and what people hear on the internet and see on the news. But I like to bring the actual numbers so we can talk real numbers and talk about solutions to the real issues out there. So with that, I'll yield.
Thank you, Chief. U.S. Attorney, first of all, it's great to have our U.S. Attorney, Justin Herdman, on the call with us. Justin, I want to give you the floor, kind of share your perspective of why you think there's a recent uptick in violent crime, crime in the area that you're responsible for. If you could just give an overview about the work of your office, what is your footprint? And then if you could respond to the question.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. And I thank you to all the council members who are here. I'm happy to be here. And more importantly, I think it's really important for our partnership that I be in a position to answer questions about what the Department of Justice is doing in Cleveland. And I'm more than happy to do that really at any time. So I will tell you, I'm actually in Youngstown right now, and I was in Toledo yesterday. Our district is the entire northern half of the state. It's about 5.5 million people. It's 40 counties, and it includes, in addition to Cleveland, Toledo, Youngstown, Akron, Canton, Lorain, Elyria, Mansfield. Those are our largest cities. In every single one of those cities, including Youngstown, where I'm sitting right now, we are on pace to be above where the violent crime numbers were last year. So this is not a problem that is unique to Cleveland. I was in Toledo yesterday, as I said. Their homicides are up 68% from where they were in 2019. Their non-fatal shootings are up 54% from where they were in 2019. Youngstown has 19 homicides already this year. They had 20 in all of last year. Akron, we'll see where they end up at the end of the year, but right now they're on pace for at least a triple-digit increase in percentage from homicides over 2019. Canton is also on track to break the number from last year. So these are really gruesome and awful numbers, and they are often include people who are the most vulnerable. I don't know if you're aware of this. You probably saw it on the news, but there were 2 one-year-old twins in Canton who were shot in, obviously were innocent bystanders in a shooting several weeks ago, and one of the twins died, and the other is still in the hospital, from what I understand, or is in serious condition. So this is not something that is unique to Cleveland, and it's certainly not a reflection of anything in Cleveland with respect to lack of effort from any law enforcement partner. Just to broaden it out a little bit, it's also something that we see across the whole country. So I speak to my colleagues, all 93 U.S. attorneys, quite frequently, and especially those who are participating in Operation Legend, which I'll talk about in just a moment. There are 9 cities participating in that effort, and it actually encompasses 10 judicial districts. So there's 10 U.S. attorneys who are involved. So what we have all seen, and we started to see this, I will tell you right now, we started to see this in March of this year. I was on regular phone calls with my U.S. attorney colleagues in some of the most violent crime-plagued cities in the country, with districts that encompassed cities that were experiencing long-term. I'm not just talking about a spike in violent crime over the past couple of months, but I'm talking about long-term violent crime challenges. All of us started to see this in March. Some of us, there were a couple of weeks at the beginning of the shutdowns and the beginning of the pandemic where there actually was a noticeable absence of violent crime. That did not happen to us in Cleveland. It basically took off right away. In the month of March, I think Chief knows this better than I do, but we went into the month of March, something like 27% down year to date on homicides. And March was just absolutely off the charts in terms of the violence. And it happened almost immediately at the beginning of the month. So what does that say to me as I'm looking at this? I'm not a criminologist. I don't even play one on TV. I'm a prosecutor, but we have to be responsive to threats as we see them developing. So it was very clear that we had a combination of factors that were contributing to this. We had massive unemployment. I just saw an article that said, I think Cleveland is the 4th worst hit city in the country because of pandemic job losses. That's not a surprise to me, having seen what was on the other side of that, which is violent crime. We also had schools out. So we had kids who would otherwise have been occupied during the day who no longer were, or were remote learning, and so less occupied than we would have preferred. And all of the after school activities and all the entertainment options, be it rec centers or whatever else, they were all restricted at that point in time. And there's just no doubt that all of that has contributed to where we are today. And what you see with violent crime, the chief touched on this, we see this all over the country, is once the violent crime cycle starts to tick up, it is very hard to get it to move back down again, because so much of the violence today in every large American city is driven by retaliatory shootings. whether it's innocent bystanders who are shot or whether it's people who are shooting at each other. Once that cycle starts, it's very hard to get inside of it and to break it apart and disrupt it. And that being said, we will do it. We're going to get it done. But it just requires a tremendous amount of effort once that genie is out of the bottle, so to speak. So that's what I'm seeing, Chairman. Before I get into the particulars of Operation Legend, I can pause there if you'd like. And
yeah, U.S. Attorney Herdman, we're going to, once we have this global conversation with our colleagues, then I'm going to move to the legislative action. That piece of legislation will be first, so you can participate in that conversation as well. I did want to give Chief, I don't know if there's anyone else on your team who wants to just make any other statements in addition to what you shared about information regarding the recent uptick in violent crime in our city.
Chairman and the rest of the committee, I have, of course, Commander Gingell from our Special Services Bureau, newly promoted Captain Pillow, who was our homicide lieutenant, is now the captain over that section, our special victim section. Of course, DC Drummond's here, along with Commander Counts from Homeland Special Operations, and Sergeant Schramm from our DV unit. I think it'd be best if we kind of go to questions and answers, and then they can jump in and answer specific questions as we go from the committee.
Very, very good, Chief. And thank you for bringing a nice complement of people who could answer the questions appropriately. I have Councilwoman Cleveland, Councilman Polensek, Council President Kelly, Councilman Bashir Jones, Councilman Blaine Griffin, Councilman Joe Jones. Give me 1 minute to get everyone's names down. All right, so I got Cleveland, Polensek, Kelly, Blaine Griffin, or Bashir Jones, Blaine Griffin, Joe Jones. Anyone else want to get on the list? Okay, great. Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And welcome to Mr. Herdman, U.S. Attorney. And I really appreciate your tenure here in Cleveland. I've had the opportunity to attend some of the stance meetings that are held on Tuesday mornings once a month. And it's really a great team and cohort of individuals who are working on crime prevention strategies. So I thank you for your leadership in that regard. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got another meeting to get to, but I really don't. I usually have my conversations with the administration offline, but you know, the chief, you referred to it as an uptick. You know, from me at the ground level, it looks like a surge in violence in our communities. In terms of the homicides and the other things that are happening. And, you know, I'm getting, and I know all of us are getting feedback from our residents. You know, in fact, we're getting beat up by our residents about, you know, what's happening in the neighborhoods. They want to know why, and they want to know what we're going to do about it. And of course, as council members, we don't have guns and badges. Well, some of us have guns, but you know, we don't have badges and the authority to actually go out in the streets and fight crime on a day-to-day basis. But again, we are on the ground. We know what's happening in our neighborhoods. We hear, you know, the grapevine is alive and well. So we get a lot of information that, you know, we pass on to the police. But again, we started seeing the surge in crime even, I think, before COVID. Certainly, as U.S. Attorney Herdman said in March, you know, really, it seems like things broke open, but the winter didn't even slow down. The previous winter hadn't even really slowed down like it did in other years. And so my concerns are, of course, the crime, the causes. So I think if at least you can share with us and share with the community some of the causes, that will be helpful in people working with us and sharing information with us. But, and we're hearing, not just COVID, but the drug trade, the gangs. There may be the appearance of new gangs in the community, but, Chief, we really need information. And we need to be able to talk to our residents and be frank with them about what's going on and how they can protect themselves, as well as how we can work with the police to protect them. I'm really kind of tired of saying, okay, I'm going to talk to the commander, because, the same things are happening over and over. And so, I want to know what what your strategy is, what has been, what's being done hasn't really worked, at least not in the short term. So we need to know, what you're doing, how you're reacting to what we're seeing in the streets now. And, if you can communicate, and I would ask that you communicate with us so that we in turn can communicate with our residents, so we don't just sound like a broken record. People now think that we're just, that we're not listening, that we don't feel their pain. And that's absolutely not true. That's false. I had a woman close to my age killed in my neighborhood the other night. That hits very close. That hits very close. And we hear about the babies that in Canton, 1-year-old twins, and we hear, there was, or in Akron and other things, children, innocent people. We're seeing more women being killed, and we're seeing more women who are perpetrating crimes. So there's just a whole lot of things that are out of the ordinary going on in our community. And, we need answers, and people need to know that we feel their pain. And Chief, and we don't doubt for a minute that you feel their pain, but the people in the community just need to see that we may not have answers today, but we're working on it. And we're fighting for you every day. And, I could just go on really on and naming, case after case and shooting after shooting. And I don't want to do that because we all have that. But, again, we're asking for communication. We're asking for help. And the one thing I will mention is the block parties, because I know everybody's experiencing those, where people are just posting up in neighborhoods. A lot of times they're not even their own neighborhoods. Every night, every evening, all night long, when the good residents of the street have to go, are trying to sleep and get ready for work the next day. And the common response I get from the residents is that the police come, they may drive by, they may flash their lights, but they really don't stop and break these things up. And so, again, we just got a lot of things going on, and Chief, we just need help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chief, there is a couple questions in there I want you to respond to, and I'll allow you to check them off in what particular order. And then I'd ask Councilwoman Cleveland if there's any other items, please add to that. Chief Williams?
Answers for you. Last part of your statement kind of sums it up. We are doing.
Can't hear.
Hear me now?
Yeah, it's difficult to hear you, Chief. If you can get that speaking apparatus closer, it would be much better.
All right, we're trying to move it, so.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, please go.
What I'm saying, Councilwoman, through the chair, is that I wish I had some definite answers for you. I really don't. But the last part of your statement, that people want to know that we're actually out there, that we're actually doing things, that we actually care about what's going on, and we're concerned about it, is absolutely true. There are a lot of things that are going on right now that I can't get deep into, but everything from our federal partners on down to the local guys that work in the district, there are a lot of things going on to deal with some of the issues that you're talking about, that our residents are talking about, that I hear about every day, that I see every day. I get every text about every person shot, every major accident, every missing child. I get every single one of those texts every day, all night. So I get it. We are beating the bushes to try to get a handle on this issue. What I'm gonna ask and what I always ask is that we need the calls from those residents, those good folks out there that know when that block party is about to start up, that know that group of individuals that post up on a certain house in a certain corner on a certain block all the time, and that they're up to no good. We need that specific information as soon as possible so that our folks that are out there looking for this stuff, that are out there actively trying to interdict a lot of this violence, so they can pinpoint and concentrate on that particular issue itself. A lot of the things that we're doing, again, I can't get into, but you'll see some of that coming up. You see there was an announcement earlier this week about an indictment of 10 individuals on the west side that were involved in criminal activity, mostly drugs and violence. That started with our first district vice unit. And a lot of the good work they did over there and was assisted by our federal partners in the DEA and others, and getting those folks out of our community, indicted federally and out of here. And we have several operations like that currently going on all across the city. Again, Councilwoman, all I can ask is that the folks out there that have the information, because people are going to hide from us. They're not going to outright do things in front of our officers and draw attention to themselves. But some of your residents, the people that we saw down in certain places in Central that sit on the porch, that walk the streets, that know what's going on, we need the information from them to come to us as soon as possible. Right now we're kind of walking that thin line in law enforcement and trying to make sure that we don't further stoke any of this. I'm trying to choose my words carefully so that we don't further add to the problems that our communities are facing out there. So our officers are being community oriented. They're practicing community engagement. They're talking to folks. They're trying not to be the problem. They're trying to be the solution. And, sometimes, people see that as our officers don't want to get involved, don't want to do the enforcement piece, but we are doing the enforcement piece. But we're doing it in a little different way. So when you see those parties like that going on, believe me, a lot of our intel guys, our undercover guys, they're up on that. They're identifying people based on a lot of information that's freely available out there. And that person may not get arrested that night that's in the middle of a block party with a weapon, but trust me, they're gonna get arrested. So things like that, we're trying to make sure our officers don't unnecessarily endanger the community members around that activity that's going on, or put themselves in a situation where now they're attacked based on the actions they're trying to take out there to protect our community. And I don't mean physically attacked, but I mean the aftermath of things that happen, like we've seen around the country, and now the police become the problem. We become the bad guys in this whole scenario, and then the community's up in arms because we took enforcement action to try to quell some of this stuff that's going on. It's an urban environment. We all know that. Things are gonna happen. Sometimes things aren't gonna happen that we particularly care for, but our guys and girls are out there day and night, trying to make sure that we interdict the violence, the drug trade, the firearms trafficking, the sex trade, all that kind of stuff to get some calm and some sensibility back to our communities. And all I can ask again is that we get help in that regard from the good residents that you council people know personally. Have them call us directly and give us that information so that we can act on it.
Councilwoman, a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chief, for that answer. And through the chair, just, I know personally that, my residents do call and when they're afraid to call, then they pass on information to me or other people they trust, and we call that in. So, and we will continue to do that and encourage people to do that. Again, it's just, people just need to see a little something more from us. And, that, yeah, we know, we hear you, and we're here fighting for you, and we feel your pain. And through the chair, just one question. I'm not sure when it stopped, but every Monday we would get crime data. We would get several reports of like part 1 crimes and other crimes happening in the districts and in our city. And again, I don't know if it was with COVID or just when it happened, but we're no longer getting that information. And I found that very helpful in just sort of digesting and analyzing what was happening in my neighborhoods. And so I'm wondering, can we start getting that information again?
Let me, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked, and let me restate it. Chief and Director Howard, my comments are directed to both of you. The brevity reports have become just what they sound like. They're brief, and there's really not a whole lot of information in them. So, and sometimes we don't always get them on a regular basis. So can you speak to that? And that's the question you're asking, right, Councilwoman Cleveland?
Well, we used to get, Mr. Chairman, we got more detailed crime analysis data, and we're no longer getting it. The brevities come, when they come, and virtually every day. But we used to get these series of reports every Monday morning, and those are the ones I'm speaking to.
So the ones with the graphics that were crunching the numbers that would show year to date, that type of thing. Chief, can you respond to that, please?
Yeah, the chair, the councilwoman, I think what you're referring to is our weekly CERT report. Comes out of our crime analysis unit. I don't know when we stopped giving that report, but I think one of the reasons we stopped giving it is because a lot of folks utilizing that report. When we stopped giving it, probably a long time ago, nobody really asked for it back. So we thought we'd give you the breakdown of what's actually happening day in and day out. Right now, Sergeant Schatz kind of took over the council liaison spot that we had another sergeant in, and pretty soon we're going to have to replace her because she's over all the public safety communications now. But we try to give you a daily, not just that weekly report, and that kind of shows everything that happened that night before. And you can kind of pick out the things that are germane to your ward itself. And if you have further questions, then we can give you further information on those. But we try not to put like names and identifiers and things like that because we don't want to give away too much information on, the people involved in some of these things. So I know I get that daily brevity report that comes from the SARS, and we thought daily was better than you guys waiting a week to get a report.
Well, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, those are helpful, but some of us also like to see what's happening citywide. And so I thought that information was beneficial as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the councilwoman, the daily brevity is that citywide reporting. Gives you everything that happened across the city. I know some council people only wanted stuff for their ward, and some council persons wanted everything. So err on the side of caution, give everybody everything. And again, you can look through that because the addresses are there, location, and the stuff that's germane to your ward or maybe a ward next to you on one side or another, you also have that information available. And again, if you want further details on a particular incident, like Councilwoman, you were talking about the shooting at the gas station, we can give you further details either through homicide or the investigative unit that has that incident.
Through the chair to the chief, again, I don't have the capacity to take the data from the brevity reports and determine, what's happening citywide. I just don't have that mathematical and statistical ability. So again, for me, I found the other, the information on the Part 1 crimes and the year-to-date statistics to be very helpful, just in terms of, again, knowing what's happening citywide. And the brevities help with, a lot of the things that are happening in the ward. But again, some of us are interested in what's happening, not just in our wards, but citywide. So if there's a way to get that information, I get that information again, I would appreciate it. And by the way, the shooting I was referring to, there were two shootings of women. Yeah, the one at the gas station in Union Miles, but also had the shooting of a woman in Althwaite. So I just wanted to, clarify that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Majority Leader Cleveland. And Chief, I will be following up with you about sharing of that type of information moving forward in the future. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, to the chief and command staff. First of all, I want to concur with many of the points that Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland made. Um, I would use the term not so much as an uptick in crime, but a tsunami in crime across the city. And I've witnessed a lot in my time. I grew up in a neighborhood in the day where the Cosa Nostra, then called the Outfit, the Irish gangs, Danny Green, the Hells Angels, Jewish Shylocks, Croatian and Lithuanian and Slovenian bookmakers, you name it. It was United Nations of criminal at the time when I was a kid. And I saw very few black criminals at that time, gangsters, what I'd call. But one thing did take place is that the innocent men and women and children of the community, if you did not associate or interact with them, you were safe. You didn't have to worry about your mother, your sister being shot in the street, your youngins, your babies being hit in homes by stray bullets. What we're seeing today, in my opinion, is unprecedented, the level of violence that we're seeing and we're experiencing. So Phyllis zeroed in right in on it. The things that I want to point to and that I want to touch base on is the fact that I believe, as I said during the budget hearings, that we need more police on the street. We need more community engagement, more real community policing, which I don't see happening. And so at some point, I'm going to, as I asked the chairperson, I've been told by officers in the 5th district that so far 98 officers, that more than 98 officers have left so far this year. So I'd like to really know what the figures are as soon as we can get them. But at the end of the day, we've got this tsunami of crime and violence taking place where people are just afraid to sit on a porch. The shooting 2 weeks ago on East 149th Street, south of Lakeshore Boulevard, broad daylight in the 12:30 in the afternoon, a raging gun battle. Young man from Euclid shot in the head and left in the street to die, and then left there for so many hours until they could get the proper team in to investigate. When his mom called me and I spoke to her on the phone, I'm not going to mention her name, just to hear the stress in her voice and just saying, he went to visit a friend and he happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time and he's dead. And his girlfriend wondered why he never came home to take her to work. That's what we're experiencing in this city. So this is my observation, and I don't think I'm far off. We know COVID-19 has affected us to a point. But what we're seeing and what I'm hearing, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I was told by some gangbangers, they don't believe they're going to get arrested. And if they are arrested, they believe they're going to get released. And number 3, they don't believe the police are going to engage them because for fear that of being accused of violating their civil or constitutional rights. So it's, as one of them said to me, it's the perfect storm for criminals. Okay. So what I'm seeing is increased gang activity, especially in the Glenville neighborhood, more shootings, more drug dealing, open drug dealing, and just a total disregard for the community where they think they can do anything. They think they can do anything. And that's where I really want to zero in here, because I believe law enforcement starts with traffic enforcement. And Chief, I have to tell you, in my opinion, there's no traffic enforcement anymore in this city. I've got more complaints about speeding, about people going through stop signs, red lights, not paying any attention because they don't think they're going to get caught and they don't think anything's going to happen to them. So as a longtime officer said to me, a former chief told me, he said, all law enforcement starts with traffic enforcement. Why don't you speed through certain suburbs in Cuyahoga County? Because if you speed through them or you don't pay the traffic laws, you're going to get pinched. They don't believe they're going to get pinched. And we know in those cars is contraband, is guns, drugs, etc. So again, we're dealing with the perfect storm, COVID-19, gang banging, shooting. We need more police in the street. We need a more comprehensive approach, in my opinion. And I just want to say this again, because Phyllis touched on it. I really want to thank U.S. Attorney Herdman and U.S. Marshal Pete Elliott. I think they've done a magnificent job. And I support Operation Legend 100%, as I've indicated. I've sent letters to them to say that I support it. But we need a more coordinated effort. So several of us, just not myself, over the last 6 months have asked that the city bring in the Ohio Highway Patrol to help augment Cleveland Police with traffic enforcement, et cetera. So I want to hear a comment at some point from the chief on that. But secondly, I need to understand what is the real game plan, because I heard the same complaints as Phyllis and others. Officers drive by, don't stop, don't get out of the car, don't want to get engaged with the citizens because, and the citizens feel it just, that they don't want to get engaged. And I want to touch a couple things here.
Hey, Councilman, hold on a second, because you asked some really good questions. So 2 things. I want to hear a response from the chief before you move on to the next item. Chief, you and I have talked about this. Councilman Paluncic just raised this about community engagement, getting out into the community. Talk about what's happening there, the whole dynamic with COVID. And then the second question that he asked is around traffic enforcement. So can you speak to those 2 broad issues?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Councilman, there is traffic enforcement throughout the city. Each district has a minimum of 2 traffic officers dedicated to traffic enforcement, along with their CSU officers that also do traffic enforcement. The city has about 35 officers assigned to the Bureau of Traffic that do different areas of the city, different times of day and night. There is traffic enforcement throughout the city. It may not be to the level that people think it should be, but there is traffic enforcement throughout the city. Your point about community engagement, there is still community engagement efforts going on throughout the division. Of course, those have to be kind of tempered now with the COVID situation going on, but our guys and girls are getting out there. They are engaged in the community. Of course, not at the level that I would like them to, because a lot of people aren't doing things that they used to do 6 months ago. There aren't a whole lot of community people getting together. Our community engagement efforts, we want it to be, of course, in person, face to face, so that you actually know that officer, get to deal with that officer. And a lot of that stuff we can't do right now. But our CEOs, our frontline officers, we're still doing community engagement. And 4th District, a few days ago, they did a birthday party for a little kid. Kid that's in foster care, that's really never had a birthday party. You had officers from the CEOs, as well as district frontline officers and officers from the mounted unit, give that kid a birthday party up and down the street into the district, or dozens of people came out and cheered him on. So there is community engagement still going on. Again, not to the level that I would like to see it, and I'm sure that the council would like to see it. But again, if council has events going on, whether it's a Zoom call or an actual event where there's mask and social distancing and you would like officers there, let us know so we can get that on our calendars. The officers will be there.
Thank you, Chief. And Councilman Paluncic, I'm going to give you the floor back, but just to my other colleagues, because I've received a number of inquiries from members of council around traffic enforcement, and for they want more of that in their respective wards. I have always first reached out to my district commander, identified what the problem and issue is, and then I've worked in tandem with my district commander and then the traffic enforcement unit led by Commissioner Muick to kind of develop a strategy on how we could get some targeted enforcement. So I'd encourage you to use that model. It's been successful in certain parts of my ward that I've implemented. But Councilman Paluncic, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to continue, and I appreciate the chief's comments, but I just want to touch on a few others because, again, we are dealing with a perfect storm of gang banging, paybacks, turf, drug dealing, and it's become a real major problem. So I want to touch in, and I have, Mr. Chairman and my honorable colleagues, I have mentioned this to the safety director in writing. one of the things, and Phyllis touched on it briefly, we're talking about block parties or house parties or nuisance, is that the nuisance law. The nuisance law was not being enforced in this city. And just recently I saw a letter, and I want to thank the safety director for sending one out to a property owner on my own street who lives in Solon, who thinks, you know, that those house 6 doors away from me every weekend is like Partyville Central. But we have to start using the nuisance law. So 911, and maybe ties into Phyllis's comments about reports. The reporting is critical because we've got to start to identify the nuisance homes, where the drug dealing is at, where the loud music's at, where the fighting is at, where the social chaos is at. And we got to start letting these LLCs that are proliferating our city, these limited liability companies, that we're not going to tolerate this and we're not going to live like this, because I refuse to live like that. So I need to really get a commitment out of the administration, because there's got to be coordination between CPD, administration, and a safety director, that the doggone nuisance law that this council worked on for God knows how long and we passed is going to be enforced. So I want to hear the safety director or the chief's comment specifically on the nuisance law.
Chief, our councilman, I think we lost the safety director. I hope he jumps back on. Chief.
I'm here. My battery died on my computer. I'm here, Chair.
Okay, Chief, Director, can you respond, please?
Absolutely. We received numerous complaints through the Mayor's Action Center and directly with regard to nuisance. I personally sign probably 30 to 40 letters every week that go out in enforcement of the nuisance law, and hearings are held in accordance with those. I would encourage and continue to encourage citizens to bring those nuisances to our table, those issues to our table, so that we can address them. Councilman Bluntzick, as you know, once we receive a notification, we work quickly to act. I think, and Sergeant Chonko works quickly as well. If there are things that we are missing, bring those to our attention. We will address them.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I think, again, all my colleagues need to understand that the nuisance law is there, it's in effect, and we've got to really utilize that, because if we utilize it properly, we can send a message that, you know, we're not going to tolerate this. This clown that owns the property up for me, he wouldn't tolerate it in Solon, and I'm not going to tolerate it down here in the greater Collinwood community. One of the last points I want to make, Mr. Chairman, is security cameras. We all know there had been a great deal of discussion in the body about the placement of security cameras, and many of us were not happy with the engagement, with the lack of input that council members had, and even when the cameras went up where they were placed. I know I'm very disappointed in what took place on the northeast side. So I want to know at some point, either through the safety director, through the chief, through the administration, whatever, what is the next step on additional security cameras to go in our neighborhoods? Because had cameras in the case of the shooting on 149, at the end of the street where I had requested a security camera, had that security camera been in place, we would have been able to see who did the shooting. And so I'm very much alarmed and concerned about the lack of cameras that we have in the city based on councilmatic requests. So would someone care to respond?
Chief, I know you're not the one directly making these recommendations, kind of run out of the director's office. And I know we have Larry Jones, who's on the call for another piece of legislative item, but I want to give Director Howard the first opportunity to answer about placement. And we also have Larry Jones here, and then Chief, if you want to add anything to that.
I'll comment briefly and then Larry chime in. We are reviewing the locations that need cameras. We've had councilmen who have brought locations to our attention. We have looked at the list that we already do have, and we are looking to partner with members of the community to utilize cameras that are in place to give us a much broader view of the city. There are crimes that have happened and that have happened recently that we have been able to capture on camera, which has resulted in assistance to investigations. But we are constantly looking at where cameras need to go and working on facilitating their placement. And then I'll go to Larry for the remainder.
Mr. Jones?
Through the chair to the council member, so just as the director stated, I'm currently working with Chief Phillips, and right now that is the mission. So we're looking at two phases. One is actually expanding our partnerships with not only the community, but business partners, and bringing those cameras into our system so they're not only viewable via the real-time crime center, but we're also expanding that so they're viewable by district personnel and also our emergency operations center. And the second phase is that, as the director mentioned again, is taking the list from the council members, the district commanders, going through that list not only with the chief of police, but also with the safety director, and putting together a strategy over those phase 2 implementations and providing a solution back to the administration that addresses those not only hotspots, but those council recommended locations for the next phase.
Do we have any idea, Mr. Chairman, when that next phase will take place?
Through the chair to the council member, right now we're in the planning position. So as you know, we've already started discussions about the 2021 budget. So we've already been tasked with developing that initial planning phase. So we'll be ready for when we start making those initial early budget projections that those items are incorporated.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, I can't stress enough the importance of the security cameras. It's part of the holistic approach that we need to do crime fighting in this city to address these growing problems. And, you know, I would say also, because Mr. Herdman's still on the line, I wish Pete Elliott would have been here as well. If there's any thoughts or suggestions that you might have as it pertains to our codified ordinances, how we might be able to help your efforts, because I've always believed this is a team effort. And unfortunately, so often we find ourselves, as we do today, at the table, and it becomes like almost an adversarial situation, but I don't look upon it as that. We are here, we're supposed to be a team. So when Phyllis or others ask for documentation, information, that should be forthwith incoming. Information is power, and it helps us better educate our citizens as to what's actually transpiring. And as I indicated, I'd like to get quarterly reports as it pertains to felonious assaults on a ward level felonious assaults, homicides, Part 1 crimes. That would be very helpful for each of us to be able to understand better exactly to what's happening in our community. People are, I just want to say this to my colleagues and to anyone who's watching. We are in a very precarious time. Interest rates are at 3%. We have a lot of people who live in the city of Cleveland who don't have to live here. They could live elsewhere. They choose to live here because they grew up here, their church, their house of worship is here, their family members are here. Maybe they like proximity to their job, their work. But, you know, there comes a point in their lives, if their quality of life is diminishing, they talk with their feet and they move. And I had a good friend of mine who moved out of the city, lives in another portion of the city. And he told me just recently, that's why he left, the quality of life, what was going on in his neighborhood. And he and his wife were both good wage earners. We lost 2 good wage earners in our city because of what was happening around their community, around his home. We cannot lose sight of that in these times. People will flee the urban areas if we cannot get a handle on the violence. And then what we're going to have is neighborhoods just comprised of poor people and old people who can't escape and virtually who are trapped in their homes or have to put up the bars and live like they're in some kind of cage, which I find is extremely offensive. I'm not going to live like that. And on that same topic, when you look at the number, my honorable colleagues, to the administration, the number of people, especially women, purchasing guns or getting their carry or attempting to get their carry concealed permits, which that whole process is backed up considerably. That in itself should tell us what's permeating in our society. People are afraid. We've got to get beyond that. We've got to show our citizens that we are going to address this in every which way we can. I know what's happening across the country. I can't worry about that. I'm worried about Cleveland. I'm worried about my brothers and sisters who live in the city of Cleveland who don't feel safe or afraid to let their children, grandchildren go out of their home. Or grandmas, like in Glenville, telling me they won't let their children or grandchildren come to see them for fear of what's going to happen. That's a pretty sad commentary. I used to go see my grandmother every week in Glenville. I mean, I can't even conceive a grandparent saying her grandchildren can't come over to home for fear of what's going to happen to them. So I'm here to join with my colleagues. I'm here to join with the administration. But let's work together. Let's bring in whoever we have to, and let's work with whoever we have to address these crime problems before it really destabilizes our neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues and administration.
Thank you, Councilman Paluntsit. Council President Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. The reports that Councilman Cleveland was asking for, I believe they are called the command analysis, and they're great because they showed heat maps of where the crimes were, and it was a really good report in terms of what we need to respond to the questions we get. So that's just an aside. My main question, Mr. Chair, first I just want to say it's an honor to have the United States Attorney with us and the partnership that's happened there. There has been call it an uptick, call it a surge, call it a tsunami of homicides in the city of Cleveland that is just not acceptable to anybody. But what I want to know is, to the extent possible, what is the plan, which has kind of been alluded to before, but what I want to know specifically is, we budgeted for, and we were told that the homicide unit would be to full strength. We're told that the domestic unit would be to full strength because that's where a lot of crimes happen, the sexual crimes. Where are with these specialty units in terms of as a part of a solution to this problem? I understand that this is national. I understand that this is bigger than us, but we can't rest on that. We can't let that stop us from taking aggressive action. But I think it starts with, let's start with what we have. Are all the specialty units fully staffed? Can we deploy resources differently to make a difference? Because I think if we just start there with the basics of what was budgeted, where are we in terms of our officers? So would you please respond to that? And that's pretty much my only question.
Chief.
Yeah, through the chair to the council president. No, our specialty units aren't fully staffed. Right now in homicide, and Captain Pillow can give you specific numbers, but before that, we put a program in place in homicide, almost like a career development program, where we cycle in detectives from other parts of the division, mainly from district operations that have an aptitude for high-level investigations, and we place those within the homicide unit to assist with investigations, to assist our regular homicide detectives in day-to-day operation, to really bone up their skills, their investigative skills. We've been doing that for about a year now. And I think that, along with our homicide review task force and the current homicide investigators, have gotten our homicide clearance rate up to a little bit over what the national average is. We're working on making sure that we staff all these units up to 100% capacity. But as you see by the numbers I talked about earlier, the division's not at 100% capacity. So it's tough to take too many resources from a district operation that a lot of your colleagues are concerned about also, to fully upstaff homicide, sex crimes, and DV. So again,
Councilman.
folks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear that. I would just say, yeah, but we talked about this during budget in the year before, and we talked about getting the recruiting classes in and using them to really bolster the specialty units and getting to full capacity with the division of police. Where are we in the process? Because I believe, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but because a lot of the murders, the crimes we're talking about start from a domestic standpoint, maybe some of them have their basis in the sexual crimes unit. Where are we, the detective unit? How do these things work together? I mean, again, certainly a homicide unit is key right now, but all these other units, I believe, support that. And I'm saying I absolutely don't want to compromise the CAR plan for something else, because I think the visibility of the police is important as well. But I'm pretty sure we were told that we would be at a certain staffing level. We'd be up to full staffing. So that's why I just want to, just emphasize I hear all that, but how close are we, and when can we expect to be at capacity and at the budgeted level for the positions that we talked about? Through the chair.
The chair, again, to the council president, I really can't give that answer We were at a point where we were close to fully staffing homicide and people retired. I mean, people come in and out of the division all the time. So we'll get a unit at 100% or close. We have people retired. We have people getting promoted out of that unit to other places in the division. If a detective, patrol officer gets promoted to sergeant, for the most part, they leave that assignment. We currently have, I think, 2 people that are assigned right now to either sex crimes or DV, and I'm not sure which unit, that are on the list to get promoted. So there are 2 working detectives that will be promoted to sergeant that will, for all intents and purposes, be moved out to a district operation or another operation within the division because they have their complement of sergeants in those units. And now we have to find replacements. So there's a process to replace them. An assignment notice is posted, folks type for that notice, folks are interviewed, their background is checked, and then requests to replace those detectives are put in. So you say it's a process, it is a process. And it's a process that continually evolves. It's a process that continually goes on. So, you know, I could staff, you know, some units at 100% today, and 3 months from now, they'll be down again. And then we have to go through that process all over again. So it's ever changing. What we promised with the additional staffing from the cadet classes is that we would try to make sure that we get to 100% on all of our staff. But again, you see what our numbers are today. 6 months ago, our numbers were at our budgeted number. And then in less than 6 months, we have 2 people retire, people resign, people get terminated, and we're under that number. Even with the cadet class in session, again, two rooms over for me now. So it's an ever-changing, ever-evolving process that it's hard to give you definitives because everything changes from month to month, week to week. And you know, these guys, and I'll let Captain Pillow chime in here a little bit. Yeah, they're stressed, they're taxed. But we try to make sure that they have enough staffing, enough support, be it from our real-time crime center. The investigators that are out on Operation Legend have been extremely helpful in solving a lot of our recent homicides by being right there after these things happen and getting up on, whether it's social media, whether it's video that's out there, whether it's their sources in the streets, and assisting our homicide unit in solving a lot of these crimes. So again, Council President, I can't give you a definitive answer, but we do our best to make sure we staff 100% and everything throughout the division. The reality is that's kind of hard to do in an urban environment with things that happen in a major organization like a police division day in and day out.
Thank you. And through the chair, if I could just say, I understand that. I have no doubt that the men and women of the Division of Police are doing everything they can and doing the best that they can. But in terms like retirements and that there is attrition, we kind of know that. So, you know, understanding all that, how do we forecast for that? How do we make sure that we're planning on those retirements, that we kind of know through the drop program and all pretty much when people are going to retire? And I know that it ebbs and flows, but I would just say as council members, we don't do deployment. We can't get into the weeds about, you know, deployment divisions or staffing things. We pass a budget with just kind of an expectation that we want we want these units to be at a certain level, and we are given certain assurances. So I'm just following up on that. And I just want to, you know, I'm not trying to blame anybody for anything. I know that this is a problem that's bigger than us, and I know that we're all frustrated. I know that we all feel the pain, but I think the one thing that we can do to look at how do we relieve the stress of the men and women that are already on the streets is, you know, just making sure that we are, you know, to the extent possible, properly staffed, the divisions are staffed. So I appreciate the responses. I just think we have to always be anticipating those that there's going to be attrition, that there's going to be retirements, there will be some terminations, and plan on that going forward. I think I've made my point. There's no sense in me going on with this, but again, that's our role as council members, is to we approve a budget, we look at it, that's our main vehicle for oversight. So with that, Mr. Chair, if anybody wants to comment, they're welcome, but I know we're pressed for time, and I'll turn the floor back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council President Kelly. One thing that I'll commit to do, and this is a request directly to the chief and the safety director. We talked about maybe next month going over very granular the deployment plan. So it'll give the chief sufficient time to get us the necessary information in real time, how each specialty unit is staffed, how each district is staffed, what's the CAR plan, and we will get into that conversation and follow up on that matter soon.
I would much appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Bashir Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say that, with us doing this work, it can come across, if people allow it to be a personal attack against police. And it's absolutely not that. What we're doing is trying to fix a system. And before I go there, I wanted to say to Councilman Polenzek, man, it's just so awesome to see a person, man, who has been doing this work for so long and still have that fire in his belly, man. You are the, a lot of people think that, when you stay in here long enough that you get quiet, and some people do, to be quite honest. But you, man, you're just, you're a constant fighter for your community, man. I just wanted to just say thank you for that. It's really encouraging, man. It really is. And to Chief Williams, man, I want to say to you that, sometimes when we get into these dialogues, it can come across as individual attacks. And I just want to know, I heard you loud and clear, when you spoke on the fact that you're receiving these calls and text messages every day. And the fact is that, people are asking the question, why is it this surge of violence? And the fact is that we have to understand that COVID-19 had more of an impact than we think. And it's not just a physical impact. The impact that it's having, what we're seeing is mental health issues. And I would urge all my colleagues that we have to support our officers and all essential workers financially with therapy, mindfulness, because these are human beings just like everyone else. And I talk to my commander all the time, Commander Todd, who's just phenomenal. Before I even tell her my problem, I ask her how she's doing. How are you? How's your family? How's everything going? Before I just lay it on her, man. So I just wanted to be clear that I will continue to be a voice, continue to speak up for, to correct this system. But I am truly appreciative of every single officer, and every single safety person who goes out there every day to make sure that our community is safe. So when people ask the question, why is it so much violence going on right now? Well, you have the poverty mindset. You have this rush of money that has come into our community. People who are not necessarily working at the time, but have a lot of access capital, right? You have people who have been, quarantined in their homes, people who have been subjugated to not being able to benefit from the human touch. And that has an impact, man. That has an impact. So all these big block parties that we're seeing, they're not, we're telling people, it's not right, but this is people's opportunity to connect back to the human touch, unfortunately, man. So I also appreciate U.S. Attorney, and congratulations on your nomination. There you go. Congratulations on your nomination. I'm sad that we'll lose you here in the area, but DC will be, I'm sure, happy to have you. But I just want to say to everyone that what we have to do is make sure that we support more mental health services. And we talk about just an increase in officers, and that's fine, right? But the issue that we really have to address at some point is, how do we increase mental health workers, social services? We saw the recent murder that took place, and we're seeing these are mental health issues. Our officers may not be equipped to deal with these mental health or domestic violence issues and so forth and so on. So there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance, Chair, in diversity and making sure a system is not, not including people in it. But at the same time, how are we protecting our officers? I don't want them to feel like everyone is against them. We're just against those who are against us. And we are against a system that allow those to stay in. But we are not against every officer. There are officers who come out to my community and they do a phenomenal job, and I truly appreciate them. So once again, I just wanted to just say that and be clear about that, and continue to work with our officers and make sure they're fine. And Chief Williams, man, make sure you're getting your rest, man, and drinking your water and taking your garlic and honey, man, and your black seed oil. Okay, I gotta get you some black seed oil, man. You understand? But I just just for every officer that's out there, please, man, take a moment for yourself, because you are truly our heroes during this time. Specifically, those officers who who serve and protect us, man. And so I wanted to say thank you to you guys. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. So we have 3 more speakers left, Chief and Director Howard and U.S. Attorney Herdman. They're all 4th District Council members. The 4th District in the past couple months have really been under siege. So I know you're going to hear their passion in their voices. And as Councilman Bashir Jones said, it's not personal. It's just shining a light on some troubled issues. So with that, we'll begin with Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And along that vein that Councilman Jones just talked about, we got to admit the morale amongst the officers is down, not just locally, but nationwide. And the people in the community and this council are with you. So we want to make sure that we reiterate that. At some point in time, I think it would be good for us to meet with the union officials, like Fomer, with the union president, Jeff Fomer, because, we need to make sure that they understand that we're lockstep with them, that we do care about this city, we care about their well-being, and we don't want to contribute to the stress and the morale. However, let's be honest, our community is under a tremendous amount of stress. I've had people that just are at wit's end and don't know what to do. We have, these house parties have shut down many streets, and in some areas where we're trying to turn the curve on investment and have millions of dollars of investment that are starting to come and play with private investment, not just government investment, but private investment. And we're starting to just have people being discouraged to say, did we make a good investment? So we need to have this partnership is very critical. I also want to just bring up the issue of speeding. A lot of it is the way that the city is built that promotes these super blocks and that need to be broken up. That's why I want to commend this council and especially Chairman Chair Zone for really initiating Vision Zero, because I see the need for it more than ever. These large super broad blocks are not built like the suburban communities in Shaker, which have more curves and cul-de-sacs and other things which prevent speeding, and their built environment prevents a lot of the issues that we're dealing with. So as we develop and design cities, we need to think about that in the future as well. I do have a couple of questions. The first that I have, and I want to thank Attorney Justin Herdman for being here, as well as the chief. And before I go further, I got to tell everybody this story about the chief. The chief and I were going out in the neighborhood door to door one day, and this was when I was director of the Community Relations Board. And there was a gentleman who was dealing with mental health issues that the chief remembered, and him and the chief interacted. And thankfully, the guy is getting mental health services now. But after we got finished with that walk, the chief actually told the story that this guy actually shot at him and actually almost shot and killed him earlier in his career. That's the kind of chief that we have. A lot of people don't know his story. They don't know the backstory of some of the things that he has done. They don't know that he used to be the one of the SWAT guys that was lent to the federal commission. So he knows this job. And I know that this is a very tough times, but we do have a very competent and capable chief. That being said, I do want to tell everybody what happens with I know we were looking at a Milwaukee style homicide review commission that was going to really examine homicides. Is that up and running, and how does that operate? Can you guys give us some insight on how that operates, Attorney Herdman, as well as Chief Williams?
So great question. And I'm just hold this up in the screen. This document is in everyone's mailboxes at City Hall. And And so it's chaired by, co-chaired by Chief Williams, Justin Herdman, and Mike O'Malley. So Chief and U.S. Attorney Herdman, can you speak to the work that this Homicide Commission is doing? Mr. Herdman, maybe we'll start with you. We haven't heard you for a while.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say in terms of stamina, you guys all have me beat. I mean, this is like 3 hours now. I don't know what black seed oil is, but if you guys are all using that, I might need to invest in some. So Councilman Jones, I might take you up on that offer at some point. Yeah, so the Homicide Review Commission, actually it stems out of a partnership that began many years ago called the Northern Ohio Violent Crime Consortium. It is one of our signature cross-district violent crime initiatives, and it's what we use from the U.S. Attorney's Office to fund our primary prevention efforts through Project Safe Neighborhoods. That's a lot. I know it's a lot of different projects and consortia, et cetera. But the fundamental point here is there's a guy named Craig Tame, who I think was familiar to many of you here. And this was something that Craig had championed for a long time through Novic, which was the establishment of this Homicide Review Commission. And fortunately for us, I think everybody has bought into this. We have had, and I will defer heavily to Captain Pillow on this because he's really the brains behind the operation. But with the county prosecutor's office, Sal Awadallah there and Captain Pillow, they really run this thing and have gotten it stood up. And we've assisted in bringing together on a couple of different fronts, for instance, service providers. So Councilman Jones was referring to the importance of social services and mental health services. We actually have a service provider review portion of the Homicide Review Commission, which I've attended myself. It's incredibly illuminating, and it highlights for us. It's unfortunate because you sit there and you listen to somebody who was a homicide victim, and you hear about the touches that they had with social services, and you see a lot of missed chances. You see a lot of youth service touches. You see sometimes probation, youthful offender probation programs that are in place that just didn't get this person in a place where they were going to be safe. And so that's been, just to be blunt, it's been hard to hear with some of these cases, but it's been really necessary for us to do that because it gets all the partners at the same table to talk about what went wrong in a particular case and how we can do a better job and how we can refine things going forward. That's really the heart of this. And there's a whole operational part to it too that deals primarily with law enforcement, talks about some law enforcement gaps and things that we need to do better on the investigatory side of these things. But the service provider review started, I think it's probably been going for at least a year and a half. Captain Pillow probably knows a date. We had the first one, but it's been going for quite some time. We've had multiple iterations of it. It's been very successful as far as I can see. And like I said, I think it adds, I went into this very skeptical about what that was going to look like. I walked away from that first session feeling not just enthusiastic about the project, but I felt empowered in a lot of ways, and I was very inspired by what was going on at that table. So that has continued. I will now kick it over to the people who really know this business much better than I do. Chief or Captain Pillow, if you guys want to take it away.
Yeah, through the chair to the committee, I'm going to let Captain Pillow weigh in here.
Through the chair to the committee, good afternoon. This Prosecutor Awadallah and I came together through Craig Tame in looking at this Homicide Review Commission. The commission consists of 3 portions. Initially, there is a law enforcement component. So the law enforcement component of this is every month we meet at the 3rd District Community Policing Room. We have a number of partners who meet with us. The group consists of a lieutenant from each of the 5 districts, a detective from each of the 5 districts, partners from the FBI, the ATF, Gang Impact Unit, the Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office. Once we come together, we review a case. We review 3 cases. The cases would have occurred, open cases from the prior month. So let's say we're meeting in February. We would take 3 open cases from January. in the homicide unit, we've had a change in culture, and we've started sharing a lot more information than we used to. We put together whatever case information we have, persons of interest, evidence collected, motive behind it, any information we have, we package that up and we send that to all of our partners about 10 to 14 days before we meet, giving everyone a chance to review what we have on those homicide cases. And when they come to that meeting, be prepared to contribute whatever it is that they know about those cases. I believe we reviewed about, to date, probably almost 70 cases. We've had some really, really good success. I think was a major contributing factor to some of the success that we had in 2019 and are continuing to have right now. No egos. Everything is checked at the door. Prosecutor Awudala and myself, we chair it, and it is an open discussion. It has done a number of beneficial things for us. It has exposed the different units within the division to what we can and can't do, what resources we have, different investigative tools. It has created a closer relationship. In homicide, I work with the prosecutor quite a bit. I believe it's enhanced the relationship between some of the districts and the prosecutor's office and gotten them more on board with working with the prosecutor's office through cases, not just at the end, but working with the prosecutor's office as cases are moving forward. It has opened the door and with communication between the homicide unit and the districts themselves. There was a point in time where maybe 7 or 8 years ago, information went to the homicide unit and nothing much came back. Those days are gone. There's a great interaction between the districts and the homicide units. I could say in 2019, the districts were major contributors in solving probably 7 to 8 homicides. After learning what we need when we respond to a homicide, learning some of the protocols that we might do, road bosses showing up and things are in place for us. Felonious assaults that later turned into homicides, those detectives have provided us the groundwork to hit the ground running with those investigations. So it's been very, very productive. That was the first component, the law enforcement component. The second component, Mr. Herman alluded to it, is the service provider review. We meet quarterly. It was a little harder to get that off of the ground because there are so many entities involved. But again, we meet quarterly. It is chaired by myself and Prosecutor Awudala, and some of the individuals involved in are Board of Education, Medical Examiner's Office, the Adams Board, Cleveland Clinic, Metro, the Adult Parole Authorities, and I apologize, I forgot to mention adult parole being involved in the law enforcement component as well. Adult parole, a number of service providers, Boys and Girls Clubs, and while it's not as detailed, we will review a homicide case without all of the details, but an overview of that case. And then we try to pick it apart. We look at the background of the individuals involved, the suspects, the victims, the location, the motive or the methodology with the homicide, and we kind of pick it apart. And we try to figure out what could have been done or what can be done to change that. Some of the things that we look at are our locations. How many homicides have occurred at a particular location? Some of the things we look at are how many times has this individual, whether it be a suspect or a juvenile, been engaged with DCFS or the detention centers, or what is this individual's school life like? Is this a foster child? We kind of pick that apart and we look at the best way to have provided services for those individuals. And I have to tell you that it's, we had to be very honest with ourselves because this is a real pull the scab off moment. There have been some missed opportunities with all of us. I won't point fingers, but with all of us. But we don't worry about that. We just figure out how to move forward with that. Ultimately, what we would like to do is take what we've gathered, look at all these components or factors, and bring that to the legislative bodies, council, city, and state, and try and figure out how to fix some of these things. I can tell you that right now, some of the primary things that we're looking at coming from this is victim or witness relocation funding. And there's some things that we're working on with our partners and within to enhance that. And another one of the things that we're looking at is, I know the Councilman Polinsky talked earlier about cameras. We're looking at legislation for certain locations that have had multiple homicides or multiple incidents. How do we mandate those individuals to have not just cameras, but certain cameras that would fit a criteria we need to identify suspect victims or whatever those locations. So those are just an example of some of the things that we're looking at. And then the final component, we have not kicked off the ground yet. COVID has really set us back with that. But the final component would be a community-based review, which we would take a closed homicide case that has been completely adjudicated. We would take it back to the community where that homicide occurred, and we would take an open look at challenges in closing that case, factors that enabled that homicide to happen, missed opportunities, just an overview of that homicide. That's going to be difficult to do. There's some challenges with that, but it is the final stage of that, and we're trying to work through that now. And that entails the Homicide Review Commission. Information you have in front of you now is a synopsis of the homicide that occurred in Cleveland. We do this quarterly and push out where we are with stats. It's been helpful in terms of looking at factors to help us with deployment, to help us with allocating resources such as GIU and some of our federal partners, where they might deploy it and how they might deploy it. Looking at small things like the majority of the day of the week that homicides occur, the time frame. There are a number of things that we look at that the prosecutor's office does a great job of putting together for us so we can kind of see where we stand.
Captain Pillow and U.S. Attorney Herdman, that's impressive. And I appreciate Councilman Griffin asking that question. And what I'd like to do is maybe at some point down the road, have a hearing around that, because, you know, when the whole defund the police movement started, I thought it was a losing proposition from the beginning. But the intent was, I think, good in the sense of they said, there's too much pressure on our law enforcement these days. How can we shift that heavy burden and drive those dollars into exactly the types of things that Captain Pillow was talking about, and really put those wraparound services around it. So Councilman Griffin, please continue.
Thank you. That was very thorough, Captain Pillow. And be honest with you, that's what the citizens want. The citizens want to know that we have a plan. I don't think people really understand the roadmap and the plan that we have to have. Now, even if we're losing and people know that it's a matter of adjusting the plan in order to make sure that we do things different, at least they understand that we have a base that we're working with. I think this is also important because I know that in the past, we've had studies that have been done that shown that in past studies, we actually identified about 662 individuals that we believe were responsible for about 0.6 to 0.8% of the homicides in the city of Cleveland. And that was about 67%. And then the other 33% were like random, acts of violence and domestic violence and things like that. So if we're going to really be intelligence-led policing, people need to understand what that means. Because at the end of the day, people just want to see outcomes, but they do need to understand, the policies and the strategies that we're doing in place. And Captain Pillow is more than capable of doing that. I would like to, encourage us to look at something, because I try to research these things, and a lot of these incidents are happening. And I tell a lot of people, I wish the bars would stay open till 2 a.m. Never knew why, but now I do, because a lot of the traffic goes into the neighborhoods. And unfortunately, a lot of things end up at these gas stations. And I looked up something called premise liability. And it says a lawsuit holds a property owner responsible for any damages arising out of an injury on that person or entity's property. In all states, owners that occupy a property must make a reasonable effort to maintain a safe environment for the visitors that visit it. And I would love to see how we're enforcing, or how families and others can enforce premise liability, because quite frankly, if you have shootings that are taking place on gas station lots, and I know that all of us have these hot spots in our community, and we can look at bars and other locations, or even homes that some of these incidents are happening. And I know that Director Howard is looking forward to working with me and Chair Zone to look at some ambitious legislation about how that a lot of people don't know that it is actually legal to fire gunshots on your personal property inside the city limits, that we're looking at changing some of those laws. And that's what we are. We're legislators. And I would like to see how we can enforce premise liability to hold some of these gas stations and other folks accountable, because a lot of this drama is emanating at their location. And that may be something that we could research further, but I would really like to see us as a law enforcement community embrace some innovative and unique tactics like that in order to really try to drive home that you better have an off-duty police officer or a security officer and have a responsibility to protect your property. So those are some of the things that I hope we could look into. But once again, let's really keep our officers in mind. This is a very tough time with COVID-19 and all the other things, and not to mention that we are also seeing a rise in domestic violence. Is that correct, Chief, that we're starting to see a rise in domestic violence cases as well?
No, not to the extent that other places around the country have. And one of the, I don't have the sheet in front of me, one of the anomalies that we've seen prior to things that have happened this year, I'm sorry, through the chair, we would always have an increase in sexual assaults throughout the year. And then prior to COVID, we had that same thing happen, but it seemed like during the COVID period, like from the first part of the year, February, March on, that kind of reversed, and we had fewer sexual assaults. So I don't know if that was due to, again, the lockdowns and, more folks having to stay at home, people not traveling back and forth to work and becoming, victims of opportunity and things like that. But we kind of started to see that. We do have, to get definitive numbers, we have Sergeant Schramm here. And if you want to talk definite numbers, we can get more into that.
For sake of time, Mr. Chair, if he could just send that to us, because I don't want to just take up too much of a meeting. And I do, and thank you, Chief, if we could just get a follow-up of those numbers so that we can be able to educate our community on that. I do want to have one more thing that I want to address with premise liability. Premise liability also should apply to these dollar stores, convenience stores, and other gathering places that people are gathering without security, without an off-duty police officer, without managing the crowds that are attending. And you know what? Premise liability should also apply to homeowners that are having these house parties, that violence takes place or other things happen on their property that persons are harmed. So we should really look at how we can push that. And I hope our legal team on both sides of the hall can really look into that process and what we can do to strengthen that. Last but not least, Mr. Chair, I really hope that the probation department is utilized appropriately. District Attorney Herdman said it very appropriately. Statistics show that a person that is a victim or perpetrator of a gunshot, actually within 5 years is going to either retaliate or be a victim again. So we really have to deal with the retaliation. A lot of these folks are repeat offenders, and that's why the probation department is so critical. I really believe that all council members should be disclosed a group of whoever is moving back into their community from the criminal system, so not just so that we could be suspect and keep an eye on them and all of those things, but also so we can figure out how we can help them, reintegrate into the community, how we can make sure we find services. Because we all know that once we take the leaders of these criminal organizations, because I hope we're going to bring some RICO charges on a lot of these folks, once we rip out the leadership structure and some of these group member involved individuals, what we're going to wind up happening is somebody's going to fill that void. And that means we're going to be in the same cycle of violence all over again. So just like the weed and seed concept, even though we're going to weed out the bad guys, we need to make sure that we seed the community with opportunities so that these folks don't recidivate. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for hosting this committee meeting, and I appreciate the law enforcement for working with us.
Thank you, Councilman Griffin. Good line of question. I'd ask our legal counsel, Kevin Roberts, if after this meeting, he'll follow up with our attorneys in council, Ms. Scalish, as well as Ms. O'Leary, and anyone in the appropriate section within the law department to follow up with Mr. Griffin to look at premise liability issue. Thank you. We have two more questioners, and then we're going to pivot to legislation. I want to remind my colleagues who are on the safety committee, we have 7 pieces of legislation. I need a quorum, so I don't want anyone checking out for that. Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And to my colleagues, I really appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, putting this together. And I just received the information that I requested. It's a lot of it. And so I know I won't be able to go through any of it until I've had an opportunity to thoroughly review it, as well as look at this information with my commander and look for suggestions, ways and means to resolve some of these issues. But before I start, I want to preference that, thankfully to God, we live in a country that is the most prominent, wealthiest country on the planet. Our companies and corporations here in America, some of which who make more money than our government, and they could use 1/10 of 1% of their resources combined to resolve a lot of our issues. That's just how wealthy and powerful our system of capitalism is here in America. And I say that because it's sad that we're sitting here right now dealing with these issues, given the fact that we have the resources to deal with them, and yet we haven't dealt with these issues in poor communities and minority communities. And we seem to have a chronic problem as relates to crime in our areas, in our communities. And as you heard, Mr. Chairman, some of our colleagues have eloquently stated, I'm tired, like Mr. Polinsky says, I'm tired living like this. And so the life quality issues in our community, in the Lee Harvard Ward 1, is residents are tired of waking up in the middle of the night of gunfire constantly. I could understand sometimes, but all the time, the speeding up and down our streets. And it's so bad, Mr. Chairman, to my colleagues who are here, that the cars are going so fast that they're flipping over. They're hitting, tearing up property. When we look at the statistics that we've been given, with the exception of rape, arson, we have the highest number of arson in our district. We have the highest number of burglary and robbery, felonious assault in our neighborhood. We have the highest motor vehicle theft in our community in the 4th district. We have the highest numbers than any other district. Now, I live next to Maple Heights that has 23,000 people, 7 council members, and a mayor. I represent 25,000 rather, 700 people. Our border against Warrensville has 14,000 people and several council members. Garfield has about 28,000 people, 7 council members, and the mayor. And then we have Shaker Heights that has about maybe close to 30-some thousand residents, several council members that represent that population, and a mayor. So as council members, we're like little mayors in our territories, but we don't have the funds and the resources that we need to have to take care of the population size that we have. And so that is the biggest issue that we're faced with, Mr. President, and to the chairman and to Chief Williams, as you're constantly trying to struggle your staffing and try to keep the numbers at 1,600, and you're never being able to meet that goal and requirement to stay staffed where we need to be. And I'm glad that we have Mr. Justin Hardiman here. And so I understand you're leaving us, and I'm saddened by that. But maybe here's some good information. Maybe you can go to Washington, D.C. and ask this partisan president if he can give us 200 more police here in the city of Cleveland to put down on the ground to deal with the problems in our neighborhoods. And he did say, what do you have to lose? And so we're losing. He done won and we're still losing. And so I say this to my colleagues all the time, you know, this is a major issue for us when our residents can't sleep and they start partying at 5 o'clock and don't end their partying and loud music to 3 o'clock. And the police, and these are life quality issues. And during the day, they're playing basketball and we're calling the police and we're asking them to deal with the loud music. We're asking them to deal with the gunfire. We're asking them to deal with the basketball hoops. We're asking them to deal with the four-wheelers running up and down the street with a sense of lawlessness. We have kids walking up and down the street openly smoking marijuana. We have marijuana smoking at a number of our gas stations, our colleague brought up, and we have vehicles that are driving in our neighborhoods that don't have driver's license. There's such a disrespect to the police department and to the entire police department that now they don't even have fake driver's license anymore. They just don't have a driver's license. So they're riding in my neighborhood without driver's license. They're running at 45, 55, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. I have observed several accidents and taken photos of them where cars are flipped over. Our residents have had it up to here. And they're saying, we're moving. And so now we're losing population when we should be having a plan in place to get more people in the city of Cleveland, not lose those people. And then we go to the gang violence and the drug activity. We've had several people shot in my neighborhood that if we would have had this kind of violence in any other community, you would have a declared state of emergency right now. In any other community, I got several bodies now in my neighborhood. We had 2 drive-bys on Walton Avenue, Glendale rather, one on Glendale Avenue and 2 young men assassinated in their driveways on Walton Avenue. We have residents who are moving out of the neighborhood because they just can't take it anymore, just because of just this violence uptick that has happened in our community. We have graffiti and gang graffiti being written down on our main roads in front of McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts and on Harvard Avenue up against buildings, and gang graffiti being written on our park signs. And so I've been dealing with going back and forth, getting that stuff removed. We have young men walking up and down the street and the sidewalks in the open daylight in the public with guns. And reports from neighbors that they got AK-47 guns hidden off in the bushes, ready for some kind of a gang war. And so, you know, I'm appreciative and thankful for the work that has been done. I'm appreciative and thankful for the mayor who took my call and that started to respond to getting the assets out here in our neighborhood to deal with it. But what we're having a problem with is because we don't have enough police, and that's the elephant in the room. We have a lack of police patrolling our community. And so that's the reason why my colleague talking about these gas stations. They're selling drugs at BP gas station. They're selling drugs at the Shell gas station. They're right out in the open. It's blatant. I've went to properties where the residents have called me and said, we've called the police 100 times on this location in several years, and they're still selling drugs, and the police come by, and then I call in to find out, Mr. Chairman, you know, what is the result of the earlier investigations? I was told nothing. And so I go to those same sites, those same drug houses, park my car 2 or 3 houses down, and I observe 15, 20, 30 people going in an hour to the house. And I can't seem to understand why our people, who are the professionals, can't see exactly what I'm now observing as an elected official, putting my life at risk and going and checking this stuff out for myself. Homes within our ward. We started seeing, in 2018, people's houses getting shot up, literally shot up in our city. And now it's a common occurrence right now. I've had several houses shot up in 2019, several houses shot up in this year, and it's just like it's falling on deaf ears. And the number of senior citizens, and I think Mike Polisic hit it on this point, and single-headed household women, they're in fear. A whole community is living in fear. We're living in a state of warfare in our community. No one should have to live like this. And when you see this stuff that's happening, drug dealing in Plainview, former Shell and BP gas station at Lee Harvard neighborhood, crime and lawlessness. And when we look at all of what's happening and the lack of police visibility, and then at the end of the day, we don't even have our policing force really out here engaging the community and calming the community down. So when we look at all of what is going on, we need help. We need more police. And if we don't begin to do something about it now, I don't think that we'll have a city here in the short future. Citizens are getting up and they're leaving. So Mr. Hardiman, and to all of the powers, the black powers that be, that have all the power and the resources, who represent whoever they represent, and then the white powers that be, whoever they are and whoever they represent. You know, I'm appealing and asking for a cry of help. I need your help to help me stabilize off my neighborhood. The bloodshed at this level, the mischief and the mayhem has reached epic proportions for us. We're not accustomed to these kinds of violent open acts of shooting people's houses all the way up and their senior citizens living in their homes. We're not accustomed to people toting guns down the street and shooting them off at all times of the night. We've never seen anything quite like it. And so I'm crying out for help. And I started crying out for help day one about this issue. So this is not a scenario that my colleagues have not heard me talk about here at this table. And the real issue is we don't have enough police officers, and the ones in the 4th district are burnt out. And so when you burn out, you're not really doing good. They probably need to take a year off therapy and then get a whole new crew of folks in there just to deal with these problems. And I've heard them in terms of their frustration and how they are even being allowed to police out into the neighborhoods. So I've heard so many different complaints about that. And I don't want to delve into that because that's a whole different subject matter. But what I want to say is, how do we get more police officers on the street? I'm going to support a mayor who's going to give me 200 police officers on the street. I'm going to be vocal about it. I'm going to make it a political issue. And I want to have a different policing plan. The one that's in place right now has failed us, has failed the citizens, have failed the community. It is broken. It does not work. So we have to do something right now to change these conditions, or we will not have a population. We lose the Lee Harvard Ward 1, the last strong African-American community in the city of Cleveland, then we've lost it all. And now that's where we are right now. So I'm pleading for help from whoever will listen. And I want to be a partnership and working with whoever will work with me. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get more police here. So that's the reason why, Mr. Hardiman, I'm glad you're going to Washington, D.C. I would love for you to tell all these people who are in these powerful positions, please, if you really want to make an impact, you want to be the law enforcement president, bring us some more police and put them down on the ground. Don't just talk a whole bunch of gum smack talk. Do just like President Clinton did. Clinton brought 200 more police officers down on the ground when then Mayor Mike White was the mayor of the city of Cleveland. So I'm asking Mr. President of City Council, I'm asking Mayor of the city of Cleveland, I'm asking anyone who would listen, we need 2, if not 3 or 4 more 100 police officers down in the city of Cleveland just to deal with the onslaught on our streets. And if we can bring our streets to a place where we used to have it, where it's calm, cool, and collected up over here, then we'll start bringing in people who want to move in here, because then they'll feel safe. Right now, they don't feel safe. And so this is what's going on. How do we begin, Mr. Chairman, to put the committee together to start talking about, and I won't read the testimonies I have in front of me of people who wanted me to read it because I don't have the time, and I want to be respectful of my colleagues. And I know I'm almost close to 15 minutes, But what do we do, Mr. Chairman, to begin the process to start talking about how we move that bar from 1,600 police officers in the city of Cleveland to 1,900 or 1,800 more police officers? And that's what we got to be looking at right now, because the numbers we have right now are not working for us. It's insufficient. And I think that we need to do a deep delve and a deep dive into looking at how we manage the whole process.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. You were right on the point on 15 minutes. I don't know how you do it. You went, I don't even think you took a breath, but you made some really good points. We're going to go to Councilman Bishop, and I will tell you, Councilman Jones, we'll get into some of those issues next month when we have the chief talk about the deployment plan, about boosting up those ranks and file, those numbers. Last thing I would just say is I get a visceral reaction every time you refer to the white power of the city or the black power of the city. I don't operate in a black and white world, although I am very woke when it comes to racial injustices. And I would just say maybe we should use different words when we refer to the leadership of the city. Councilman Kevin Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I just want to say, brought up a lot of good points that I support, and not to beat a dead horse, and for the sake of time, because we all are anticipating the end of this meeting. But I just want to say to Philip, my colleague Phyllis Cleveland, Mr. Polensik, they've all that we need help in our communities. We are suffering in our communities. Our citizens are suffering in our communities. So I don't want to go back over everything that was said, but I do just want to make a few points that are something that I did not hear. First, I want to say to the chief, through you, Mr. Chair, the chief, that I really feel when you said about you get every text and every single update when there's a crime and there's a murder in the city of Cleveland. And I do have to say that that when I get them in my community, how I feel, and I know that has to be very, very on your mental and your stability on a day-to-day basis. So I really feel for you, and not to pass anything over to my colleagues, but when I get a update and I see a murder has happened on, say, like 149th Street, sometimes I kind of exhale when I realize that the 149th Street was across town and not my 149th Street. But I do feel for my colleagues. So I just want to say, Chief, that you guys got a serious job on your hands, and I don't want to put any more pressure where you got so much pressure. But I do want to ask, I do want to kind of communicate that some of my residents have expressed to me that they have feel blown off by the officers under your command, mainly when they call the police for a police matter, a serious police matter. They have been told to call your councilman. Or I've had a resident say that one of your dispatchers told them to, when they had complaints about loud music and parties that we have stressed in this forum, to call your councilman. And when I say that, I think that my residents are astute enough to know when it's a councilmatic complaint versus a police complaint. And when they call the police, they want to be protected. They want you to protect, and they want you to serve them. I really do want to look into this culture where your command is actually deferring to the council members to handle their complaints. Okay. Secondly, I have a lot of residents that I call them essential citizens or essential residents, and they are being intimidated by some of my non-essential residents or some of my non-essential citizens on a basis through these dirt bikes that's being rolled through our community. It's just out of control. My citizens are fearful, they're intimidated, and they need some help. And they call me for help. to try to get some help through the police department. So I just want to know if you have a plan. Can we confiscate some of these dirt bikes? What can we do to take some of these dirt bikes off the streets so our citizens can function back to so they won't be intimidated?
Good question, Councilman. So Chief, the councilman asked two questions that I'm going to ask you to directly reply to. The first, he asked the question about what is the protocol, or what's your expectations of officers who roll up on a scene, feel like they can't resolve it, and they say, call your councilman. So I want to hear first, what's your response to that? And then secondly, Chief, I think you know my feelings on dirt bikes. I'm not a fan of them. I think anyone who rides in our public right of way needs to be licensed and obeying the city's traffic laws. So Chief, can you respond to those two items?
Yeah, Mr. Councilman, and through the chair to the councilman, no police officer should be telling a resident to call the councilman if it's a police matter. Although, you know, a lot of things that we're talking about, although are criminally related, started way before it ended up being a crime. And I know this isn't a forum for that. We talked about this before, but there are a lot of things that have to be done in our communities that don't involve police, that don't involve public safety, so that we don't have something manifest itself in criminal activity. And we really need to kind of have hearings, not the safety committee, but, you know, on a different level to talk about how we get other folks involved, other partners, other agencies, other organizations and institutions that can help us with some of the things that happen before it results in criminal activity and destroying our neighborhoods. But again, that's for a different day. But Councilman, if you get a complaint from a resident, then you need to pass that complaint on to me so that we can take care of it. If we get a complaint of our dispatchers, again, that complaint needs to come to the Division of Police so that we can backtrack and see exactly who that dispatcher is. All of our calls are taped. All of our officers that respond to a call for service have a body-worn camera. It's taped so that we can make sure that that behavior doesn't continue. So I encourage you, I encourage all council people, I encourage all citizens watching this, if you have an issue with police services, then by all means, let us know in writing, a phone call, or how you can get that information to us so we can take a look at it so that we can investigate it and correct it. I can't say enough that, you know, this is not just a public safety issue, this is a community issue. And the more folks we get involved, definitely to council's point, the more information you guys have to get folks involved, it's going to help us in combating what's happening in our neighborhoods right now. So I'm all on board for any ideas, any recommendations from council or from the people out there and how we can combat this crime, this criminal activity that's going on. I also wanted to say early on, Councilman, if I can take lead real quick for about 10 seconds, when we talked about recruitment, if there are tactics, if there are recommendations that council has on how we can better recruit, we don't have to wait to set up a committee to do that. Send it to us. We talked a little bit about the testing process. Our testing process gets changed almost every other time we give a test. We can do that real time. If there are issues with our testing that you're aware of, if you bring it to Secretary Spring, if you bring it to Safety Director Howard, we can start to make those changes because we meet almost on a regular weekly, bi-weekly basis with our hiring committee. We can make those changes rather than wait to start a committee to look into it. So again, you know, my I guess ask right now for council, if you guys have ideas and recommendations, give them to us now. We can act on those in real time.
Councilman Bishop, any follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That'll be all.
Thank you. I see a couple follow-ups from our colleagues. I have Councilman Brancatelli next, but Councilman Joe Jones and Bashir Jones have asked to be recognized. I want to remind everyone, we've been going now almost 4 hours. We have 7 pieces of legislation. The first piece of legislation we're going to hear is related to the Department of Justice. And I know U.S. Attorney Herdman has somewhere to go. I want everyone to be mindful of his time and our time. So Councilman Brancatelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you for the today's session and our future around these important issues. I just want to make a couple of quick points. One, Councilman Griffin raised this issue earlier, might have been around breakfast time. Around Vision Zero and the Working Betty Green Streets. I think those two initiatives are going to go a long way in making our streets safer and certainly help around enforcement. And I think don't want to lose sight of that. And we already have in place the ability to implement some of these policies without having to have a formal ordinance, and hope that we continue to move in that path with our capital project. So thank you for your leadership on that. And we have a lot of advocates out there trying to make our streets safer who want to help engage with us. Also wanted to acknowledge, I know a number of folks have been talking about the various commanders, but in terms of being creative in these times and having our residents engaged, Commander Cutts and Commander Todd are doing a Zoom safety meeting around some specific issues in the Broadway neighborhood. And our residents are getting more and more engaged along the Zoom platform. But I think that's a great opportunity for our commanders to be creative and working with our residents. And then there's opportunities such as Commander Stocco, who has allowed some of his officers to attend some of our safely distanced smaller block club meetings in a large open space. And it's been very good to continue to engage our residents. But having to be creative, I think, is the message today. And how do we continue to engage our residents and continue to foster those strong relationships? So I just want to make sure I got an opportunity to see how we can reach out in different ways, and then how we can use our built environment to continue to make safer streets. So thank you, Chairman, for your effort today.
Well, no, kudos to you, Councilman. I know you did an event last week in your ward with music, safely distance. You had the community impact officers there as well, our community engagement officers, and those types of things build and strengthen communities. So kudos to you. I see Councilman Bashir Jones has lowered his hand. Any follow-up? You lowered it. Councilman Joe Jones, brief final comment because I need to move to legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was, I don't know how your clock read, mine read 13 minutes, but at the end of the day, I do want to say this, Mr. Chairman. It's not my intent to make you feel any kind of way. You use the term visceral. I'm so frustrated, and my people are so frustrated because we're asking for assistance and help, and we take this seriously. So if people get offended, great. I hope they get offended to their soul and their spirit. They're just lucky I'm not using some other kind of words. Mm-hmm. That's just how serious it is for me. No one in America should have to live like this. No one, no human being should have to live in the conditions that we're faced with as a community. So I just want to get that over to you, the significance and the seriousness of my neighborhood. And I'll share this also for all those who are listening. I didn't get into public office this come around for any other reason but to represent the interest of these people here in this neighborhood, one. And two, anyone who calls my office for help, I'm going to help them out. No matter if they live in any other neighborhood in the city of Cleveland, because I'm proud to be a Clevelander, I'm proud to be an American, and I shouldn't have to beg for some of the basic services that our citizens are paying for, living in the most powerful country on the planet. So only in the African-American community, only in the poor community, can you have a school system with an F all the time and have a system where you're getting robbed when you walk on the sidewalk. You're getting robbed when you go in your driveway after you come home from work. You get your home and stuff broken into. Now, I'm not talking about just the regular average citizen. I'm talking about myself personally. So this is personal. This is what I've and my family have had to experience living in the city of Cleveland. So when I'm sitting here, don't get offended because I'm talking. I haven't broken any rules of ordinances that the city has or Robert Rules of Order. This is my presentation and representation, and this is what the citizens of 25,700 people feel like right now. So when we sit here and we try to push this can down the road and don't really deal with these issues, they're still suffering. And that's the reason why we always chronically find ourselves never being able to fill the Census Bureau stuff out. And we have all the issues my colleagues have been talking about. So I want to say this, Mr. Chairman, if you could, because I think Phyllis Cleveland stated it earlier. She tried to touch on it. And I think that this is significant and important. We want the same kind of police reporting for our individual wards with the information in it concerning the crimes that are happening in our neighborhoods. We shouldn't have to try to figure out, and as she said, have the capacity. Our staff are stretched thin. We don't have the capacity to break this stuff down like they used to give it to us. So can we get these reports the way they were before, broken down to our individual wards? And if they want to give them the whole city, that's fine too. But I just need the reports in my neighborhood so I can sharpshoot, go right to those issues and try to help those people, give them assistance, and then tell them about being a victim of crime and where they can go to get assistance and help. So if you could help me do that, Mr. Chairman, that would be a great move on your behalf for all of our colleagues and for our citizens. And I appreciate your leadership. And I did not mean to offend you.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that, and you will get my assistant. It's just anytime I hear the word white power, it does send a visceral reaction, and I would prefer maybe we use a different choice of words. So with that, I thank everyone for participating in this robust conversation. We're going to pivot to legislation now. If it's okay with my colleagues, I'm going to take one piece of legislation out of order because it's connected to the Department of Justice. And we have our U.S. Attorney on the phone, and I want him to participate in this conversation. So I'm going to go numerically out of order. We're going to begin with ordinance number 675-2020 by Councilmember Zona Kelly by departmental request, authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the United States Department of Justice COPS Office under the 2020 COPS hiring program for Operation Legend. We're going to hear remarks from Director Howard as well as Chief Williams and U.S. Attorney Herdman. I do want to say, you've heard me say this many times, crime and air pollution doesn't stop at a ward boundary or a municipal boundary. And so it's critically important that we have strategies that reach beyond our city. That's what this legislation does. And so I'm going to turn over to Director Howard to explain the purpose of this legislation.
Thank you, Chair. To Council through the Chair. Ordinance number 675-2020, if passed by Council, will authorize the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept the fiscal year 20 COPS hiring program grant. This grant will fund Operation Legend, formerly called Operation Relentless Pursuit. This legislation will enable the Department of Public Safety to participate in a program created by the Department of Justice that partners local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to create a task force to combat violent crime. Other partners include the U.S. Attorney's Office, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, the FBI, CMHA, Ohio Adult Parole, and Ohio State Highway Patrol. The grant will reimburse the city for the full salaries and benefits of 30 new police officers over 3 years. 30 seasoned officers will be transferred to the Operation Legend Task Force. This will be $7,968,944 for police officer salaries and benefits. The grant period is from October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2023. It will be extended to cover 3 full years once the officers are hired. There is no local match required. This is a new grant.
Thank you. U.S. Attorney Herdman, anything you want to add about this piece of legislation and how it will function and operate?
Sure, I will. I'll be brief and just be in a position to answer questions as they come up. But as Director Howard just stated, this is almost $8 million to hire 30 police officers into the Cleveland Division of Police. As part of Operation Legend, we have existing federal task forces that are going to be focused on enforcement efforts within the city of Cleveland and will be supported by a corollary number of federal task force officers provided by the Cleveland Division of Police. So we are expecting to see 30 federal task force officers. We've already got first wave of those names have been provided by the chief. And I just want to point to an additional federal outlay that's associated with this effort, which is permanent reassignment of over 25 federal agents and deputy U.S. Marshals to the city of Cleveland. So unlike what you may have seen in some other cities, like for Chicago, for instance, where there have been several hundred agents who've been sent there on temporary duty, that's not what we have in Cleveland. We actually have a long-term commitment that's going to last several years at least, where we are supporting and supplementing our existing federal violent crime task forces with additional agents. ATF is going to get at least 10 special agents, as well as some specialized units like a canine to assist with collection of spent shell casings at crime scenes. We are getting 8 FBI agents who are assigned to full-time violent crime work, 6 DEA agents who are going to be focused specifically on what I've heard multiple times today, which is crime driving locations that are associated with drug trafficking. So we have 6 new agents who are being brought into the city just specifically to work those types of cases. And we have investigations underway that are focused on just what I've been hearing today. I'd love to spend more time talking to individual council members about that as well. And then the deputy U.S. Marshals, which are so crucial to what we do on the violent fugitive apprehension efforts, and are taking, I mean, every single day I turn around, Pete Elliott's folks are taking another murderer off the streets. So it is a full team effort. We are working basically from the shooting incident up into gang investigations and enterprise level investigations, leading to hopefully what we're going to see are RICO charges down the road here. But we have to start with those initial shooting incidents. This is all driven by crime guns and people who are pulling the triggers on those crime guns. We have to identify those guns. We have to put them, identify them with people who are using those guns. And then we launch into our federal investigations with the help of our Division of Police Task Force officers. So it is a significant commitment of money. I just want to point out also that the Justice Department has also set aside an additional $2 million for the hiring of Ohio State Highway Patrol and Adult Parole Authority, as well as under the State Patrol component, Ohio Investigative Unit agents, all of whom are going to be working on these federal task forces with your Cleveland Division of Police Task Force officers.
Thank you for that. Chief, before I ask you to just make comments in connection with this, I want to share a story to those who are viewing this and to my colleagues. In mid-May of this year, we had a horrific situation happen in Ward 15. We had a double homicide in less than 15 minutes. An innocent victim was shot and killed on 84th and Franklin. This individual who killed him ran down the street, pulled a 17-year-old kid who was an immigrant. He fled here from war-torn Congo. He was Congolese. His family came to America so his family could be safe. He was dragged out of a car, held at gunpoint, and killed execution style right on 80th in Detroit. But for this special initiative, we would not have found that individual who committed this crime. So I'm thankful for these relationships. Cleveland can't solve all the crime alone, and these partnerships are so important. And that really made it real for me. So Chief Williams, why don't you lend some perspective on this piece of legislation and how it's working?
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I would be doing a disservice if I didn't say the name of this 17-year-old young man. Eric Hakazimana's family has been just devastated as a result of this. And so I just wanted to put a name with the face, and remember that 17-year-old young man who was murdered execution style. Chief Williams.
Yeah, Mr. Chair of the committee, you're right. This task force was set up just for things like that, not just to help solve them, but to hopefully prevent tragedies like that from happening in the future. The one thing that I want to touch on for this grant opportunity for the city of Cleveland is that there is no match. 100% of the salary and benefits for those 30 officers are going to be paid through the COPS office and the Department of Justice. That's probably, at least since I've been here in the division and been chief, that's unprecedented. And that's due to the efforts of Mr. Herdman, U.S. Attorney's Office, and other U.S. attorneys around the country that are participating in Operation Legend, who heard from the cities, the police chiefs and the safety directors involved in this, who heard our ask for, the things that would help us make this a lot better, more palatable to the city. That ask was for no match, so that those funds would not come from the city, that the Department of Justice, COPS office would refund the city for all those officers dedicated to that task force. And again, since I've been here 34 years, that's never happened before. So again, I want to thank Mr. Herdman, the other U.S. Attorney's Office, COPS office for that. We're basically forgiven probably about $2 or $3 million that the city would have had to pay otherwise. Again, this process itself, this grant itself, Operation Legend, I think is a godsend for the city. It's going to be more than the typical, 3, 4, 8, 12 months. It's going to be multiple years that we're going to run this task force and do exactly what we've been talking about here, make an impact on violent crime. I'll leave it at that.
Chief, anyone else on your team want to add anything to that? All right. Hearing none, we'll say that. Let's open it up for questions. I have Councilman Mike Polensek and then Councilmember Joe Jones. Councilman Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. I'm here to support the legislation. I can't speak enough about this. I've had the pleasure to work with U.S. Attorney Herdman and U.S. Marshal Pete Elliott on a personal basis. So I know their commitment to the city and to the Northeast Ohio area. What I need to understand, and what I would like if we could receive it in writing, the specific number of agents that Mr. Herdman just indicated would be deployed and be working in the greater Cleveland area, so we could receive that officially in writing. And then I'd like to understand the mechanics. We know there's going to be 30 officers. As I stated, and during the budget hearings, and I stated not only publicly at the table, but I stated in writing that I didn't believe that we were going to have enough police toward the end of this year. Unfortunately, I was right. So I need to understand how these 30, the mechanics of how these are going to be assimilated in. Is this going to be in addition to whatever classes are being planned or proposed? I just need to understand, because as the chief said earlier, we are not getting ahead of the curve here. So I don't want to raise expectations that we're going to get 30 police officers in, and then all of a sudden we're not going to meet the goal. We're not going to get close to the 1601 that we were told we were going to get to during the budget process. So I really need in writing, Mr. Chairman, how they will be assimilated in, and how are they going to be deployed? That's what I'm trying to understand. We have got to get ahead of the curve here in the city of Cleveland, because we seem to not be able to do it, and yet we keep talking about it. I've talked about it during the budget hearings for I don't know how long, and in my opinion, there's too much denial, both in city council and with the administration as it pertains to the actual number of police officers we need based on retirements and attrition. And then I'm going to look for a response from the chief on that. Lastly, I want to say again, because I know there's a lot of people watching this, what I found so offensive and so absolutely ridiculous, the number of emails that I received from residents who don't live in the city of Cleveland, who live in some of the most exclusive suburbs in Cobb County and outside of the state, who were opposed to Operation Legend. I find it so offensive that people living in exclusive communities, affluent communities, who have police officers, who have the protection that Councilman Jones alluded to earlier, that have all the amenities, have everything they want, that they would deny us the ability to protect our citizens. I support Operation Legend 100%. I see the benefits of it. I saw, again, as you alluded to, Mr. Chairman, that horrible situation in your own ward, how debilitating that was and is to a community and a family. We need to send a collective voice in this city that we're not going to tolerate this ridiculous and obscene violence we're seeing in the streets of our city, and we're going to support our law enforcement officials, both local and federal. So I'm looking forward to the information from Mr. Herdman. Again, I hate to see you leave, man. I think it's a great loss. And I hope whoever's your replacement is going to have the same commitment that you have. But I need to understand the dynamics and the mechanics of how these 30 are going to complement the existing Cleveland Police Department, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Plancik. Chief Williams, as just a follow-up, if you could just work with U.S. Attorney Herdman on getting that information, and maybe U.S. Attorney Herdman, the chief, through his office, he'll send that information to us. But the big takeaway for me, Chief, is the Councilman Plancik's making the point, if we're going to have additional officers coming in working, his concern would be about taking existing officers on currently what they're doing. And if you do remove them, how you can backfill those. We'll get into some of that when we do the deployment plan next month. But Chief, if you can make sure that you get that information from the DOJ and then forward that information to us, I would greatly appreciate it. I have Councilman Joe Jones is next. Councilman, I can't hear you. Unmute yourself, Councilman.
I certainly concur.
You froze up on us, Councilman Jones.
Chairman?
Yep, I hear you now.
Okay, great. I certainly concur with my colleague, Councilman Plancik, and I certainly want to work with our U.S. Attorney here. We have collected an enormous amount of data. Most of this information we have also sent over to Commander Kutz, as well as we've sent a lot of this information over to Chief.
Councilman, you froze on us. We can't even hear you, and your picture's screen.
Into City Council about various different disruptive properties, rental properties, people who own properties that don't live in the city of Cleveland, don't live in the state of Ohio, don't live in this nation. And so we have a lot of investors who live overseas who are purchasing and buying our properties up. And because we don't have the kind of force we need in our building and housing.
Councilman, you froze up again. I can't hear you. Your picture screen is frozen. I'll give you one more minute, Councilman. Okay. Any other questions from anyone on ordinance 675-2020? Anyone else? Anyone else on 675-2020? Councilman Jones, you're freezing up and your picture's frozen and we can't hear you. Hopefully you can get stationary and get at a good signal because it's breaking up. All right, hearing none. I did receive a communication from Councilman Bashir Jones, who's going to be voting no on all public safety related items until we get a diversity plan. This is not personal against anyone else. This is just a principled decision that he is making. So ordinance 675-2020, any opposed? All right, so I have, I don't know if I have to call the roll. Clerk?
You don't, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so will you record all yes votes for council members on the safety committee and a no vote for Councilman Bashir Jones on this particular piece? U.S. Attorney Herdman, I know you need to take off. I want to give you the opportunity to say whatever you want. We're all excited for you and your family. We're all incredibly sad that you're going to be leaving us, but I wanted to give you this opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, so I have been nominated, but not yet confirmed for a job in DC. So until that happens, I will continue in my current role. So don't write me any goodbye letters just yet. Prospect of me being here for a while is a real one. But I do want to thank all of you and appreciate the time. This is very, actually, this is very interesting for me to see the process here and to be able to weigh in where necessary. I commend all of you for this work. And I do commend you for your stamina. I don't know if you guys realize this, but in a prior life, I was an elected village councilman in my hometown of Chagrin Falls. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for what you all do as municipal officials, and I know it's a really tough job. So I really do value your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in here. And for as long as I'm U.S. Attorney in the Northern District of Ohio, or forever after, I would be more than happy to come back here and answer any questions that you guys have, because Cleveland is obviously very near and dear to my heart, and we want the best thing for Cleveland. So anything I can do to help, I'm happy to do it.
Great, thank you so much. Councilman Polensek, I see your hand is raised. Was it related to this piece of legislation? Councilman, unmute yourself, please.
I was making a motion to move the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been moved, it's been seconded, it's been approved, only one dissent. So U.S. Attorney Herdman, thank you so much. You're free to check out of this meeting if you want, but you know what?
Okay.
We've been for 4 hours. You're more than welcome to stay.
You guys win. I call uncle. All right, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. All right, we're going to move to ordinance 515-2020 by Councilmember Zone and Kelly by departmental request authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the United States Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosive and the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office to collaborate on the collection, management, and analysis of crime gun data, and to authorize the acceptance of asset forfeiture proceeds and other funds for the reimbursement of Cleveland police officers' salaries and/or overtime. Director Howard.
Thank you, Chair. Council to the Chair. Ordinance number 515-2020. If passed by council, will authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the United States Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office to collaborate on the collection, management, and analysis of crime gun data. This interagency collaboration will provide a proactive intelligence-based identification tool to help interdict violent criminal offenders within the Cleveland metropolitan area in support of local law enforcement agencies. This initiative is designed to produce crime gun intelligence and to operationalize that intelligence in a consolidated and coordinated manner. The goal of this initiative is to produce timely, precise, and objective intelligence data in order to focus the efforts of federal and state and local law enforcement, forensics, and prosecutorial resources on the most violent offenders in the city of Cleveland and surrounding areas. This legislation is important because collaborative effort can be used to identify and to prosecute active shooters within our communities, thereby making our communities safer. Any funding received from this collaboration will be used to reimburse salaries and/or overtime of police officers. Chair.
Director, is this a recurring grant? Haven't we received this type of grant before in the past?
No, we have not.
So this is a new grant. Okay. Anyone else from the administration want to comment on this? Chief?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and the committee, it's actually not a grant. It's actually just an MOU between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the County Prosecutor's Office, and the Division of Police, and really just to look at that gun crime data that comes in to have more timely investigation of a lot of the criminal activity out there. So it doesn't really put any money on the table unless there's something as it relates to forfeiture of assets in one of those cases, and in which case that would be split through the entities involved in that prosecution or that forfeiture.
Thank you for that clarification. I misspoke when I said grant. I actually meant memorializing the MOU. Any questions or comments from the members of council? Councilman Polensek moves the legislation forward, seconded by another member of the Safety Committee. Is that you, Councilman Bishop? Are you seconding it? I see your lips moving. You got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I second that piece of legislation.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Polensek, second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, clerk, please record this as being approved. We have more than a quorum. Record Councilman Bashir Jones as a no vote.
Duly noted, Mr. Chairman.
All right, ordinance 555-2020 by Councilmember Zona Kelly by departmental request to amend section 2 of ordinance 1388-2019 passed December 2nd, 2019, related to the Director of Public Safety and Law accepting grants from the County Public Safety and Justice Services for the fiscal year 2019 Violence Against Women Act, for sexual assault advocate, and for the law enforcement prosecution components of the Cleveland Domestic Violence Program. To my colleagues, when we get into our deployment conversation in a month, we will get very granular about staffing levels of the domestic violence unit and the sex crimes unit. But I will entertain questions relative to this grant only, not the staffing levels. Any questions or comments from colleagues? Councilman Plensik? Unmute yourself, colleague.
So move, Mr. Chairman. I support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. It's been moved. Any second? Councilwoman Santana? Councilwoman Santana seconded. All in favor signal by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, clerk, you know we have a quorum. It's been approved with one dissent. Ordinance 667-2020 by Councilmember Zona Kelly by departmental request, authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of various medical supplies, medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals for the Division of Emergency Medical Services, the Department of Public Safety, for a period of 1 year, with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Director Howard.
Chair, Council, through the chair, ordinance number 667-2020. If passed by council, will authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into one or more requirements contracts for medical supplies, medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals for the Division of Emergency Medical Services, EMS, Department of Public Safety, for a term of 1 year, with a 2-year option to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety, as the chair stated. The medical supplies, medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals will be funded through the EMS operating budget, Fund 01, Subfund 001. These items have been submitted on RQN 6004 RL 2020-032 in Advantage. The medical supplies, medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals are essential to the Division of EMS to continue to provide care to the residents of and visitors to the city of Cleveland. The funding for these items is available in the EMS operating budget. It's important to note here as well that EMS responds to receives approximately 120,000 911 calls, responds to about 100,000 of those, and transport about 80,000 patients. It addresses approximately 2,000 overdoses per year. So this legislation is critical to the operations of EMS. Chair.
Commissioner Carlton, anything you want to add to that?
To the chairman, yes, these medical supplies, the contract that we are looking to put out to bid also covers the medical equipment and supplies and pharmaceuticals that we issue for the divisions of police, fire, and at times the kennels. So we do supply the Division of Police with equipment for their trauma kits and their naloxone kits, as well as the Division of Fire with medical supplies and pharmaceuticals for their response to medical emergencies within the city of Cleveland.
Great. Let's take some questions from our colleagues. Councilman Joe Jones on this piece of legislation with EMS.
How much is the total for the request, Mr. Chairman?
Director Howard.
I can answer that question to the chairman. The budget that EMS has in place over the last several years could be anywhere from 900,000 to 1.2 million for the medical supplies and pharmaceuticals that the Division of EMS utilizes while caring for patients, as well as for the divisions of police and fire.
And Mr. Chairman, do we recoup any of those costs in any kind of way?
Through the To the chairman, to the councilman, yes, EMS does do billing for transports, medical transports, and those billings are conducted through the Department of Finance, through the divisions of assessments and licenses.
And do we break even on that, Mr. Chairman, to the director, or how does that work?
To the chairman, to the councilman, the EMS budget is over $30 million, and the revenue that is actually received is approximately $14 million, but I would have to defer all the financial pieces to the Department of Finance.
Let's see. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions on this piece? Councilman Polensek moved. Is there a second? I need to hear a voice vote, so please unmute yourself. It's been moved by Councilman Polensek.
Yes.
I need a second from a safety committee member. Councilwoman Santana, by gesture of raising her hand, is seconded.
Yeah, we're having difficulties unmuting, just to let you know. I guess they're not having.
Yeah, Councilwoman, I see the challenges you're having, but I appreciate you seconding it and giving us that acknowledgement. All right, 667-2020 is approved. We're going to move on to 674-2020 by Councilmember Zone and Kelly by departmental request, authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year 2018 Port Security Grant Program, authorizing the acquisition of license and authorizing the purchase and installation of maritime radar security, including associated equipment, maintenance, and support for a period of 3 years. Director Howard.
Thank you, Chair. Council, the chair ordinance number 674-2020, if passed by council, will authorize the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept the fiscal year 18 Port Security Grant Program. This grant will fund the purchase and installation of a maritime radar system. The grant will reimburse the city for the cost of installing maritime radar equipment, for the purchase of computers for monitoring the radars, and for software and maintenance fees. The expenses to be reimbursed include equipment in the amount of $385,000. This is the radar system and computers. By contract, $278,200 for installation of radar equipment, software, and maintenance, for a total of $663,200. The grant award is $497,400 with matching funds of $165,800 for a total project amount of $663,200. This grant covers a period of September 1st, 2018 to August 31st, 2021.
Director, who's the lead department? Is this Port Control or is this Fire? Who's the lead department within the city structure?
I believe this is a collaboration between the two, but I believe it's Fire.
Okay. Anything you want to add to this piece of legislation?
Chair, my apologies, police.
Police, Chief Williams, anything you want to add to this piece of legislation?
Through the chair to the committee, Commander Count from Homeland Special Operations is here.
Okay, to the chair and committee, there's no current system, even with the United States Coast Guard, that provides coverage and tracking of watercraft and low-flying aircraft around the Cleveland coastline. Large commercial vessels use an AIS system, automatic ID system, that integrates GPS for navigation, and as part of an exercise in real-world events that have actually occurred, there's been a disruption of the navigation system. We'll pause right there.
We're good. Continue. So your comment was because we don't have the ability to monitor low-flying aircrafts or ships in the harbors. You were saying you want to continue, please?
To the chair and committee, so we've identified that as being a vulnerability. This is providing a backup in case we have a cyber incident where the GIS system the GPS system is disrupted, and this gives a safe, navigable solution for us. Beyond the idea that with some of the incidents we've had in the past few years, there has been no tracking of small vessels or aircraft that have gone into the water. And this would enable us to rapidly respond with safety forces to begin a recovery process. Additionally, this is not a closed standalone system. It's expandable and would provide us with coverage beyond visual sight 10 to 20 miles down the lake. And we would be able to integrate in a web-based system other radar systems as part of this, so we can see more of Lake Erie from basically coast to coast, Canada, east to west.
Well, very good. That's one of the unique things. We're a border city when you think about our lakefront and who we touch. So any questions or comments from council members on accepting this grant? Seeing no hands raised, Councilman Joe Jones, you need to turn your screen on, please. Unmute, Councilman, unmute yourself, please. Can't hear you, Councilman. You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
There's like a program that we have on this that you're doing right now, that every time I unmute, you push a button and then it mutes me. So then it kind of like messes me up. So, but I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I just can't see you. Oh, now I can see you.
You can see me? Okay, great, great. So basically what I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, is that we are, you know, in our neighborhood, and I know that you're talking about the technology. It's not on this piece, but I'd like for us to new technology in catching people who do illegal dumping. It is a major issue, a massive issue for us. And I just want, and that's just a personal privilege. And I don't have much to say other than that. If the chief and
Councilman, it has nothing to do with illegal dumping. Please, I'm going to unmute you, but let's not talk illegal dumping. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, can you put me on miscellaneous?
Yes, sir. Any other questions on Ordinance 674 around maritime activity? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move it forward? Councilman Plensik moves it forward. Do I have a second? Councilwoman Santana, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Ordinance 692-2020 by Councilmember Zone and Kelly by departmental request, authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into one or more contracts with Avail Forensic for the acquisition of software and licensing for the Pathfinder turnkey solutions for the Division of Police, Department of Public Safety, and authorizing the Director to enter into an agreement with the Federal Bureau of Investigation to reimburse the city for expenses related to the city's acquisition of the software and license. Director Howard.
Council Chair, ordinance number 692-2020, if passed by council, will authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into an agreement with the Avail Forensics for software and licenses for the Pathfinder turnkey solution for the Division of Police, as the chair stated, with the Department of Public Safety, to authorize an agreement with the Federal Bureau of Investigations for reimbursement by the FBI of expenses associated with the purchase of the software and licenses referenced above. The software is the same software currently used by the FBI as a forensics analytical tool to process digital evidence to help identify connections between cases. The software would provide the Cleveland Police Department with a significant forensic tool to process digital evidence to assist in homicide investigations. As part of the initiative to add resources to homicide investigations, the FBI is offering to reimburse the city for the cost of 5 licenses for a 3-year subscription. It's $150,000. At the end of the 3-year period, the city would have the option to continue the subscription at the city's expense or discontinue using the software under these licenses. We have also submitted a request to ITS for review approval of the purchase of the software and licenses. $150,000 of the software and licenses will be funded by the police operating budget, which has in the Fund 1, Sub-Fund 001, Department 6002, and RQS 6002, RL 2020-075 has been submitted to Advantage.
Thank you, Director. Chief or anyone from from the Division of Police want to comment on this?
Yes, Captain Pillow, through the chair to the committee. This would leverage technology that most of us are already familiar with, the ability to download cell phones. One way for me to explain it to be is right now we possess the capability to download cell phones of victims, suspects, persons of interest, witnesses. We can download that information. Once we download it, that information goes to a disk. Detectives, or in our instance, sometimes our embedded FBI analysts, will review that information and then sit down and manually try to compare it with other information. Once we've completed that, that disk goes into a case file, and that's it. It's not used for anything else. Unless we get specific information that we need to compare it to something, we don't have anything, any tools that would allow us to do that. What this equipment would do is it will store that information. And once we download other phones and add it to this equipment, it would automatically translate and compare all information in that phone. Phone numbers, text messages, social media, and let us know if there's any association between previously downloaded phones and what we've just uploaded. It would be huge for our investigations. This has been custom built for the city of Cleveland. Been participating in numerous Zoom meetings and emails with the company. We talked about the 5 licenses. While the homicide unit would be the gatekeepers and we would develop a criteria for what is entered, those licenses would be spread out between the homicide unit, who again would be the gatekeepers, the FBI, the gang impact unit, our real-time crime center, and the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office, all of which receive information, would have access to that information and make comparable analysis to different homicides that have occurred throughout the city, current and past.
Thank you, Captain Pillow. I will now entertain any questions specifically related to this ordinance and Pathfinder turnkey solution. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to congratulate Captain Pillow on his recent promotion. He's an outstanding resident of Cleveland's 8th Ward. So first, I want to congratulate him on that. But secondly, I want to strongly and wholeheartedly support this legislation. We've all come to the realization how critical the data retrieval from cell phones can be and must be. I saw that in the Mr. Carr's homicide case firsthand. So we are in a new world, and we need to do everything we can to bring in the most sophisticated technology we can. I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you. And I move the legislation.
Thank you, Councilman Polensek, and we appreciate your leadership with the what happened, that horrific thing with Mr. Carr's taking the husband and wife, that senseless murder. So appreciate your leadership. Councilman Joe Jones, on this piece of legislation.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, what was the total for
Can't hear you, Councilman. We're getting a lot of feedback from ambient noise in the backdrop.
Yeah, did you hear me better now?
Now we can.
Okay, great. The question was, what is the total cost of putting this system together? One, and then two, what is this ongoing annual cost?
Director Carter, Chief Williams, anyone on your team have that that answer?
The total price is $150,000. That includes the equipment, the licensing, It also includes training from Cellbrite. There'll be a one-day install with our IT the city. There'll be a one-day training. The designated will also include.
Thank you, Captain Pillow. Councilman, so 150.
150,000, great. And then how much would it, I know that there's maintenance costs. Is there an ongoing program that's in place to keep it maintained and up to date and up to standard that will continue to cost us as we go along this route on an annual basis, Mr. Chairman?
Good question, Chief. Director, let me restate the question. First of all, once we get this software, is there a maintenance agreement with it? And is there any anticipated cost of what annual maintenance will be moving forward?
Councilman Committee, there's no additional cost besides the 150. That cost is being paid by the city through FBI through funding that they have to reimburse the entire cost. It doesn't cost us. And after that 3-year time period, if we want to retain the software, then we'll pay that ongoing license, those 5 licenses that the Division of Department of Public Safety will have.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the chief and his staff for putting together such a program, and the more information that we can get to bring criminals to justice who have caused mischief and mayhem. Unfortunately, bloodshed in our city is great to see that we got another tool in the toolbox. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not unready, and I second the movement of the legislation.
Thank you, Councilman. So it's been moved by Councilman Plasek, seconded by Councilman Jones. Any other questions? Hearing none, it's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor signify by raising your hand. It's been moved, it's been passed with the majority with 1 dissension. Our last piece of legislation is ordinance 700-2020 by Councilmember Zona Kelly by departmental request, authorizing the Director of Public Safety to employ 1 or more professional consultants, computer software developers, or vendors to acquire licenses for or to develop and implement 1 or more policy management systems and other related services for the various divisions of the Department of Public Safety for a period of 1 year, with 3 one-year options to renew exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Director Howard.
Ordinance number 700-2020, if passed by council, will authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter 1 or more professional services contracts for consultants, computer software developers, or vendors to implement 1 or more policy management systems and other related professional services for the Department of Public Safety, divisions of animal control, division of emergency medical services, division of fire, division of police, and office of professional standards. The award and amount is to be set by the Board of Control. The Department of Public Safety wishes to issue requests for proposals, soliciting proposals for these systems and services. The contracts will be funded by the General Fund operating budget, Fund 01, Subfund 001, for the various divisions within the Department of Public Safety, and for any other funds, and from any other funds approved by the Director of Finance for this purpose. The purpose of this is to ensure the Department of Public Safety's policies reflect up-to-date industry and national standards, best practices, and are timely updated in response to new legislation and case law. Policy management aids in meeting training mandates with courses covering time-tested tactics and the latest hot topics.
So, Director, according to your explanation, this software is going to allow you to almost monitor in real time if stuff's changing via the code at the state level or federal level, where we need to adjust our local laws, as well as you said, time management. Can you expand on that a little bit more, please?
So, as council through the chair, as policy changes, this endeavor here will allow that policy to be updated almost instantaneously without any gaps. So we would be updated on policies, best practices, pertinent information, that we need to be used as a tool to create a uniformity amongst divisions.
Okay. Questions or comments from our colleagues? Councilman Plensic. Unmute yourself, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move the legislation.
Thank you, Councilman Plensic. Is there a sec, Councilman Joe Jones?
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Thank you, Councilman. It's been moved by Councilman Plensic. Second, any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Ordinance 700-2020 is approved. I'm going to ask that Safety Director Howard and the Chiefs of Police and Fire and Commissioner Carlton stick around. Councilman Jones has asked me for a little bit of miscellaneous. To my colleagues, thank you. This was a long hearing. We've been going 4 hours and 36 minutes. I appreciate your endurance, but we did some important work today. So with that, Councilman Joe Jones for a bit of miscellaneous.
Mr. Chairman, just wanted to touch base with the United States distinguished gentleman, Mr. Hideman, that was on. Want to get his information so that I can sit down with him and go over a number of drug houses that's located in my community. And we have on record to date 60 of them. We have detailed.
Councilman, you're fading in and out. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Very faintly, we can hear you.
I can hear you pretty good. So here's my request.
Yeah, go ahead.
My request is to have the opportunity to have a hearing out in my neighborhood. So I would like to have the chief of the police department and all of his staff to come out to the citizens of the Lee Harbor Ward 1 area and talk about all the problems. So if we could have that happen, Mr. President, to have the chief and his staff come out to our community and set that up, some kind of safety session, as well as it would be very effective for the chief and his staff to understand, instead of just hearing it directly from me, he'll be able to hear it from his own citizens, the people he serves.
Councilman, let me repeat your ask because you're fading in and out and it's really hard to hear. So, but you and I spoke yesterday, so I know what your ask is. Two things. Item number one, U.S. Attorney Herdman, you will be getting a phone call from Tom McCartney. He used to be a commander in our police division. He wants, the U.S. Attorney's Office wants to meet with you and talk about some of the violent crime in Ward. So he will be contacting you. To the chief, the question that Councilman Jones posed to me yesterday, and he said it here, and I was picking up bits and pieces of it. He wants to host a safe, physically social distant event in his ward that he will help arrange to make sure that people are, it's going to be outdoors, appropriately spaced, but he feels that it's becoming a powder keg in his ward and he needs to release the steam a little bit. So he wants to bring law enforcement there so that the citizens of Ward 1 can interact and hear in real time what efforts are being helped to deal with some of the crime in the 4th Police District. Chief Williams, how do you recommend Councilman Jones move to arrange that type of meeting?
Mr. Chairman and Councilman, those of you on council that have been here for a while, you know we've always done meetings out in different wards. The councilman just have to set it up. I would kind of recommend that you start with Commander Cup. And I'll be there with the commander, but I mean, we've always done a meeting, whether it's a ward club meeting or just a meeting without a meeting out in the city.
Chief, it's hard to hear. Here's what I heard you say, and let me repeat this for Councilman Joe Jones. Start the meeting off, Councilman Joe Jones, by reaching out to Commander Cutts And then the chief will backfill that with all the necessary people to be there to make sure you have a successful meeting. Chief Williams, I want you to be aware of just one other issue that Councilman Jones raised to me yesterday. You heard him earlier in today's hearing talk about traffic enforcement. It's a real problem in the 4th district. So he will reach out to Commander Cutts, but it would be good maybe if you could have somebody from the citywide traffic enforcement unit attend that meeting as well. Councilman Jones, any final comments?
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman? I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me okay?
No.
No? Okay, can you hear me better now?
Councilman, we're going to follow up with you and make sure that that meeting happens. Any other miscellaneous from any other council members? I want to thank all of you for a very long and productive hearing. This committee, the Safety Committee, stands adjourned to the call of the order. Thank you all for what you do and keeping our city safe. Take care and be well.
Thank you. Bye.